Well, none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots, yeah. None of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots. I'm telling you now, the truth, the truth. Telling you, yeah, the truth, the truth. You have to go back to the roots, the roots. Go to the roots, to the roots. Yeah, man, you know, this is Benjamin out of the Smiling Coast, West Africa, Gambia, representing for the one and only Abu, the big man you don't know, the Soninke warrior, the man that brings the truth, Soninke warrior, the sign of enlightenment, the Soninke warrior, the righteous and the true African. Abu, reveal the truth to them, you know, no matter how them try run from it, because none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Yes, we have to dig back the roots, yeah. Fire!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the AfriphobiaNews report. I'm your host, AfriphobiaNews. I want to welcome all of you to today's edition of the AfriphobiaNews report. If you're new here, please make sure you like and subscribe to the channel, and feel free to share this information to other people so it can reach the masses. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic I'm about to tackle here, I want you guys to listen to me really, really well, okay? Without emotions. I want you to use logic of what I'm about to say here. As you can see the picture behind me, this picture is of a woman who is half Polish, okay? Her father is a Polish immigrant to the United States of America. So that would mean she has absolutely nothing to do with Africa, right? So you can clearly see her over here where she has that afro. This is the person whose video I'm going to analyze here today. But before we get into that, let's catch up from last week. What's been going on, ladies and gentlemen? I want you to understand something, especially about this place called the United States of America. In the United States of America, everything is about race, right? So the black people, the Africans they call black today, are a creation of white people, the white liberals, the whites in the South that owned the blacks, created black people. Think about it for a minute. Let me explain before you fly off the hinges. For example, I, AfriphobiaNews, sitting right here. I know my tribe from thousands of years ago. So, for instance, I cannot be anything other than that. So, in fact, just identifying me as by just my skin color is, in fact, an insult to me. But you see, white people created blacks. The Africans that came here were stripped off of who they truly are after generations. So now, those people still identify as that, but the new culture that is exhibited, that is not an African culture. This is why this FBA, ADOS, and BLM, all these acronyms can exist mostly only in America. Because how can one just quickly flip and change because you see individuals on the internet, they form an organization, and now pretty soon you are identifying as that. So white people in America created a confusion for the Africans they brought here, their progeny. They created that confusion. For instance, when black people say Africans copy their culture, Africans cannot copy your culture. If you identify as an African, you are either an African or you are not. You are displaying African culture or not. Right or wrong, ladies and gentlemen, let's just be real. But what I'm about to show you here today, this video that I'm about to describe, I want you, ladies and gentlemen, to understand and see what is classified and defined as blackness. Because when black people say, oh, you Africans are jealous of us, oh, the things they put aside for us. No. I don't know any African who is jealous of that. Because have you guys heard this week what is happening in the United States of America? Joe Biden, the president of the United States, just put aside a benefit for black people. You will not believe this. Crack pipes. So when they say you want to take our benefits, I don't know any African that would apply for the crack pipes. The point is, Africans are not black people's problem. Do you understand this? All these groups, what did you used to hear? White supremacy. Did white supremacy just poof, disappear? This woman I'm about to talk about, her name is Meechi X. As you can see, she's clearly not African. So therefore, this woman shouldn't have anything to do with you and I, right? The only thing I might have in common with her is her father. Her father is immigrated from Poland to the United States of America, just as I did. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to hear this. Okay? So now, as usual, this woman who could literally pass for European, because technically she is a European. So when black people say, oh, they are being on code, how can you chastise an African for not wanting to be a part of what you quote unquote call your tribe? Because an African is not a chameleon to just flip. That's not how we operate. We are true to who we are, our culture. Yes, you can talk about trinkets and stuff like that, but in reality, what is a man? What is a man without wealth, outside wealth? How do you operate as a man? I'll give you an example, like Kanye West. He is popular. He is rich and talented. But would I want to swap places with him? Absolutely not. Why wouldn't I want to do that? Because of morality. His money and fame became detrimental to him. His fame pushed him to marry a harlot. This woman was in a porno video that people saw. So when people see a group of people hailing that type of culture, they're not going to tell you, but most Africans that I know from my part of Africa, there is no amount of money you could pay them for them to do what Kanye West did. So technically his money caused him pain, sorrow, and shame. Yes, he is talented, but any respectable society would turn their nose onto that. And I know there are people who would come and criticize and say Africa is dusty. Yes, but you see those dusty Africans, well, none of them, if you tell them the story of Kim Kardashian, that she was in a pic in the porno, then they'll be like, nah, I'm good. Because how people interact, the culture, how people deal with each other, that's what's called a code. And trust me, there are Black Americans in America who will never walk that road either. So I want people to understand this is not about, everyone. This is about the internet, how people created a tribe on the internet. And this at first was about white supremacy. They said white people are killing us, white people, the police. And then they said they want reparation because in the 60s it was integration. Because clearly she could pass for white. Clearly she could pass for white. But she chose to exhibit what she calls blackness. And I'm about to show you a video of what is perpetrated as blackness. I did not pay this woman to make this video. I want you to understand this, right? This is her actual live stream. People watch this. I am going to break it down 360 degrees for you to see exactly what is at play here and the type of people you are dealing with. I want you to understand this. All this crazy talk is not even, don't take it personal. People, don't take it personal. Clearly, because people are internalizing things that has absolutely nothing to do with them. Imagine that. Even the simple fact that some of these misconceptions, things that are not even based in facts, people that would deliberately just ignore what reality is and facts, how can you deal with that? Now you see what white people are dealing with here. Now you understand this. Somebody like her is identifying as black. This is very confusing. What happened to her other half? So now you do realize what I was telling you in the beginning. Blackness and whiteness. Yes, in the beginning, it used to be about skin color, but it's no longer skin color because I have seen, if you remember, I did that Kyle Rittenhouse video here. Remember the guy that shot two white guys in Wisconsin? I did the video here. You remember that? In that video, one of the guys that he shot was saying the N-word. He was saying this, but he's white, right? And then in the news, they flipped it. They flipped it and said, like they totally ignored this white man saying it, right? So therefore, this is proof, one of the proofs that blackness is created by white people in America and what is supposed to be important. So the white people did not say, like on the news, they didn't focus on the man that got shot saying the N-word. The man that shot him didn't say any of it, but he was the one that was labeled the racist. So I'm like, okay, this is an ideology. This is not about skin color. Clearly. Because if somebody like her tells you, okay, I'm white, you as an African, I'm black, you would say, okay, but you're mixed, right? They never claim the other half. They never do. So it creates a confusion. And these are the type of people attacking Africans. This is Afriphobic. These people, this is borderline racist because they are not even Africans. Look, if you go to Poland, do you guys know Poland's story? These people have white supremacists there. Okay? You could read about this stuff. That these are African hate groups. Okay? I'm not talking about like her. They wouldn't hate her because she would pass as one of their people. I want you to understand that. You think I can all of a sudden say, oh, I am not African? You think I can do this? If this woman goes to, Latin America, she would pass for one of their people. If she goes to Brazil, she would pass as one of their people. North Africa, one of their people. So therefore, this woman has absolutely no right to be attacking Africans and Caribbeans. All in the name of what? Because this is what is trending. This is what is trending, people. But you see, everything that was said over a period of 2 years, it was a hee ha ha moment. It was funny. It was very funny. It was a joke. Oh, you Africans are sensitive. Oh, why don't you want to be the butt of our jokes? But you do realize Everybody in this world, Africans, everyone in this internet age, people are paying attention. And people, I know in America, hypocrisy is not a big deal, but around the world, other people pay attention to hypocrisy. And what does it mean? What does hypocrisy mean? Doing the same thing that you forbid other people from doing. And people are kicking back, are watching this. You started off with white supremacy. People supported you. You talked about reparations. I guess now the reparations is crack pipes because that's what the American government is offering. Crack pipes. You guys think I'm making this up? It's in the news. You guys remember when Joe Biden said, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black? You think he was talking to, foreign blacks like me? Because he knows that we know that he wasn't talking to us. You think this crack pipe offer is to foreign blacks? No. And black people know this. You think they don't know this? They know it. But I just want to share information with black people. Because you see, black people say they want to separate. They want to separate from Africans. I understand. Some Africans might piss you off, but some of you piss Africans off too. So it goes both ways. But you cannot separate yourself from Africa. I hate to tell you. And Africans cannot separate themselves from you, no matter how pissed off they get. I understand people say hurtful things, when people are fighting. But in all reality, you cannot separate the two. And people like her who are confused about where they belong, of course, they are going to latch onto the, what creates the real divide. You guys remember they used to say, oh, Afridamus, you're here to create the divide. I said, no, I'm here to unite people with the truth instead of the lies. You guys remember this? And that's what I'm about to do. In this video, there's going to be a woman, very smart, intelligent woman, that would call into her show. And I would analyze and break down her behavior towards this woman. The reason why I'm able to even understand this woman so much, ladies and gentlemen, I dated someone who is loud like her back in the days. So I understand. And the funny part is, this person also was not black, okay, by skin color, because obviously a lot of black in America entails a whole bunch of different skin color. This is why Rachel Dolezals and others exist. So especially, it's funny for me, like if somebody comes to me, a Gambian, and I know they are Gambian, and they say to me they are not Gambian, you think I'm gonna care? I'll be like, okay. Because he, in his heart, truly, he knows what he is. So, but you would see black people, they would try to confirm, oh, you ain't black. So if it's not skin color, then it is safe to say it is the ideology. That's why someone like Rachel Dolezal was able to pass as that. For instance, from our various tribes we come from in Africa, you cannot just wake up and say, oh, now I'm part of this tribe. That's not how it works. It's by blood, long line of lineage. So you cannot flip that. But in America, this group called black is created by, white people. Now they don't have to step in to hold people onto what that blackness means. The black people are doing it themselves. You have what they call gatekeepers. This is why, because black people have been given so much pass. That's why even when they sound like the actual KKK, it passes you by, like they would pull you in, and then when you respond, they would accuse you of what they are doing to you. Remember, that's what they did with the Somalis. Some of the analysis that I heard, it blew my mind. But I wasn't surprised because I have been following up throughout, and it's because blacks are generally, they support the Democrats. The people who do not support the Democrats are considered coons according to the blacks. So they were trained by the Democrats to fight the other black people who do not toe the line. So technically, most of the time, the majority is who toes the line of the government anywhere of their oppressor. But you would see a black person swear to you, they are thinking like every other black person in America, but they would say they are the standard of what the truth is. The ones that do not follow it, this is including black Americans, not just you, the you know the immigrant. Trust me, this is not just directed at you. You should hear how black people describe the other blacks who do not toe the democratic line, because the ideas they are coming up with is not generally their own ideas. If you notice, in America right now is Black History Month. You're not going to see them celebrate Malcolm X. Have you ever asked yourself, how come? Do you think Martin Luther King is the only uh, uh, person fighting for black people's right? They don't show you Malcolm X because Malcolm X used common sense. They could not use Malcolm X to exhibit weakness by begging his oppressors for his freedom, to take placards and walk on the streets while white people slap and beat black people, pull out, a water hose and spray them dogs. It's like it's staged. Forever, this is used every year, Black History Month. This is what they're showing to black children. Imagine what position this is putting black children in the position of subjugation. Why do they need to constantly show black children that these people, you people that look like you were getting beaten? They're not going to show you Malcolm X because Malcolm X, go listen to what that man talks about, ladies and gentlemen. Go listen to him. This is why they would never push you towards Malcolm X. Now, we're going to get into this video here, the Meechi X video. By the way, Meechi X is the daughter of a Polish immigrant. So I'm going to skip some of these, but this video is actually really balanced because you would get a delusional, quote unquote, someone that says they are pan-Africanist who calls in. You're going to get a Congolese panderer. I was not surprised. The African that came to pander to Sambo was from Congo. Okay, I wasn't surprised by this. So you're going to have a quote unquote pan-Africanist who totally doesn't have a clue about the real history. He mixes up things. I said, now I understand why there's a disconnect. Because you see, I'm going to show you, I'm going to expose a lot of these fake pan-Africanists. These people are not real pan-Africanists. I know you guys think I beat pan-Africanists hard. It's the fake ones. It's the fake ones. I'm not going after the real pan-Africanists. The fake ones are the ones that I'm talking about. Okay? And I will be exposing their fake lies to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, because there are black Americans, mind you. Look, even Jesse Jackson. Do you guys know that Jesse Jackson is a pan-Africanist? Even when they capture, for instance, white American, let's say, if they are intruding in some African country, intruding there, and they get captured, Jesse Jackson, do you know how many countries he's gone to negotiate? So those of you that say Africans don't care about pan-Africanism, you are the fake one because you don't know what you're talking about. There's a reason why they were sending Jesse Jackson there. I'm sure people are going to twist it and call him agent, whatever. But that's besides the point. He was sent there because they know the Africans related to him. Have you ever put two and two together? You will see his pictures with Africans who are fighting freedom in different countries. Why? Because Jesse Jackson is a pan-Africanist. So all this this here, some people say, oh, the Africans disrespect me, blah, blah, blah. Have you ever taken the time? You are always talking about disrespect, but respect is earned. It has absolutely nothing to do with a group. So this is why the dialogue is important, so that we understand each other. I know Black people say they want to separate from Africans, but they cannot. I'm sorry to tell you, you cannot. The Africans don't even have to say it, because Africa is in your heart. You know it, and I know it. That's why you even engage in it. That's why you even want the Africans to identify as you. And I can make that happen here, ladies and gentlemen. So let's play Meechi X and have her tell us what she thinks. Because now, everyone that wants to talk about this, now all of a sudden, they all have met Africans when they've never met one, even probably. But either way, I'm here to break it down.
Let whoever on. Before we do that, though, I do want to welcome everybody to the live. Again, y'all do me a favor, like this video, share this video, subscribe if you have not, hit that notification bell. Before we get into this conversation, I'm going to play something for you guys that I want y'all to hear. And it's what I heard last night. Now, I want to be clear in saying to you, I just want y'all to listen. So for all of the people that are ADOS, I want you to hear what's being said about us on these videos, okay? I also want the people who are non-ADOS.
Copyright laws. I'm just trying to break this down for educational purposes. So the copyright laws apply here. Thank you for reminding me, Supergirl. And so she is saying what people said about ADOS, which is not real. It's an internet group. Go talk to your average Black American. Like, they don't even know what that is, okay? Some of them would even laugh at you. Some of you that haven't never met Black Americans at all, don't let some of these goofy people fool you and make you think this is how every Black American acts or behaves. But what she's going to exhibit here is the usual, which when you bring it up to Black people, they get mad. This woman, she is exhibiting the ghetto way of doing things. She goes overboard with trying to show that she is Black. Okay? So it might sound a bit toxic, but let's go.
To listen to the stuff that's being said about us. And I want to be clear that this one video did not give me the perception that I have. Okay. So don't nobody say, well, this is just one video or one group. The truth is, there are groups that I get sent all the time, links to come in, and there are groups on Clubhouse and everywhere. They're not the same people, but this rhetoric has been going on for quite some time since the reparation argument came up with ADOS and things of that nature. They even go in rooms and be going in on Yvette and Tone, talking crazy about them because they're asking for reparations. And like I said, I think that's crazy because they're not dismissing non-ADOS in their Black agenda. They actually have a plan for them as well. So they did not.
Hey, what ADOS or FBA, what they did is, this is a democratic tactic. So you raise an agenda, but in order for this agenda to grow legs, you have to attach emotions to it, right? So how can they attach emotions to it? First, they said American descendants of slavery. Most Black people before that, if you call them slave, they're going to be pissed off at you. But now they attach two things: group, because they know black people are yearning for that group thinking that they missed from, because most black people are living in the past glory. We don't need to revisit that. I have told you about black Americans past glory in this United States of America. Even just after slavery, I have told you about the progress they've made, the black economy, okay, the neighborhoods. I have talked about that on this program. Not this very one, but on this show. The smart black Americans who have made changes in this country. I've talked about all that. But now you have people who are hanging on to that. They don't want to let go of that past. They don't want to let go, even though they didn't do anything to add on to that or to even maintain it. They let it go. So that's what we are dealing with. So now they have to find a scapegoat. White people, okay, we say reparation. Now let's sell this story. A story like, oh, the immigrants are trying to take the reparations. What grounds will an immigrant have? For instance, if they say now reparations have been signed into Congress, black Americans who are descended from the slaves can get reparation. This is form X, Y, and Z you need to fill out. I'm sure they're going to ask for proofs. So how would an immigrant apply for that? Honestly, I'm sure there's going to be some type of stipulation that the white man would put in place. But now you come back and say, hey, the immigrants, they're opposing our reparation. But a sensible human being would say, I don't care what some immigrant is saying. If our Congress, these white people want to pass and give us reparation, they would do it, or they would have done it a long time ago. So during the campaign, they toyed around with it a little bit, but the black sector, to get black people to be interested in the politics, because I told you after Barack Obama, black people didn't care for the Democrats that much. But to reach black people, they used the celebrities. Remember, they were using Cardi B. Cardi B was even black. Okay? Cardi B was black. So we were confused. Kamala, they brought Kamala and said, Kamala is black now. In previous years, she was Asian. She was the first Indian, according to the newspaper. So you guys see how things can just change. I see why Kamala, when they interviewing her, she laughs because I'm thinking in her head, she's like, I can't believe these people really are buying this. I can't believe it. But we see it, and I see America for what it is. So you, the immigrant, when people are pointing fingers at you, calling you an immigrant, laugh in their face. Because the white man, without the white man, there's no America. I want you to know this, okay? And you know this. Without the white man, there's no America. It was just Indians here doing their thing whatsoever. It was the white man who came here as a refugee, running away from religious persecution from their homeland. Okay? They got here, eventually established and colonized this land. So the white man immigrated here, but they are the original immigrants to this land. That's why they hold the title deeds to this land called the United States of America. And if the white man, the original immigrant, is the one holding the title to this country, guess what? Anyone that comes after the white man. And the white man, anybody that the white man brought here, guess what you are? You are an immigrant on this land. This is why America's originality is so hard to establish it. This is why someone like Kamala, for instance, is vice president. Talk about that anchor baby, ladies and gentlemen. Talk about that. So some of the black people that get upset do not understand the laws of this country. They do not understand. People, think about this. How can two foreign students who were not even residents to this nation, think about this, have a child, Kamala and her sister, in this nation? She didn't even grow up here. She grew up next door in Canada. Then she comes to the United States, attends a HBCU. Now, all of a sudden, she's black, right? She enters politics. She works her way up to where she is today. How did that happen? That can only happen in America. And through America's laws, that's how it happened. So for the people who are sitting there upset at immigrants, you are fighting a losing battle, because you are going to see lots of Kamala Harrises. You're going to see lots of Ilhan Omars. Right now, there are certain consequences in Minneapolis, in Minnesota. The Somalis have already locked that down, because Ilhan Omar, the person opposing Ilhan Omar, is another Somali. So when you start seeing that pattern happen, it means that group have conquered that. And Africans, I want you to support Somalis. Here's why. Because think about it, right? You have Chinatown, and you have an African group, which is Somalis. I have seen it here where some of you have gotten into it with the Somalis. You said the Somalis do not consider themselves African, but that's not true. Because you look at it, when they are insulting Somalis, well, insulting African immigrants, they include Somalis in that. Somalis, I've never met a Somali that said they are not Africans. I've never met it. I know some of you are going to say, oh, Afridamus, we know you favor the Somalis. That's not what it is, okay? I have interacted with many Somalis in real life itself. I cannot tell you one bad thing, one bad experience with the Somalis. I'm just telling you, not a single bad experience. So I want you guys to listen carefully, and let's try to reason with each other. And when it comes to Black Americans as well, I have dealt and interacted with plenty of Black Americans. And I can tell you more of pleasurable stories, my interaction with Black Americans, than bad ones, to be quite honest. So sometimes you, the person, have to take a good look at yourself instead of using your own hatred that you want to spew in the name of a group. This ADOS thing, that's what is happening. And many Black people are being baited into this. Tariq is using his own personal whatever to spew what he's spewing. And this woman, this fake Black woman, the child of an immigrant, is now attacking groups of people that came to America, just like her own Polish father. But ADOS is who opened the gateways to this. They created this Jezebel spirit, and now it's been unloaded on you, the African. Let's go.
Leave them out. So I don't want anybody to say, oh, this one video. So please don't take that, that point of view. It's not just this one video. It is actually a culmination, like I said, of growing up, having experiences, and just seeing the way that non-ADOS immigrants that are Blacks say the things that they say, feel how they feel about Black people. It's actually something I've experienced and seen growing up my whole time, right? And so it's not all that I've experienced. There's actually been a great side to it. I told y'all there are many Black immigrants that I love, that are in my life, that mean very much to me, that I will whoop a motherfucker ass over. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it's real hurtful to me when y'all hear what y'all about to hear. So again, I want y'all to listen to it and understand that this is the type of stuff that's being said about us all the time from plenty of Black immigrants. For those,
you see what happened here? This woman, it was white supremacy at one point. It was white people. Ma'am, you could easily pass for white. So if you are crying about white people are targeting Black people based on skin, then I guess my Black ass is in trouble. Okay? So this woman was crying about quote unquote white supremacy. So to pretend to be Black, ladies and gentlemen, you see, she did the Black braids, the box braids. These braids, this is a style that the Jamaicans are the ones that invented this, brought it to America. It was a Jamaican named Patra back in the 90s who popularized these braids. It became the symbol of Blackness. That was when Blackness was really Blackness. Hey, let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, when I was a kid, right? I had the comb back in the days, at the end of the comb that had the fist. The Black fist. You guys remember that? And I had, pictures of real fighters. I'm talking about real warriors, ladies and gentlemen. That was when Blackness was Blackness. See, I am from the school of Malcolm X, Khalid Muhammad. If you don't know about these great people, I would bring them here for you guys to see for yourself what I'm talking about. These are the people who are internationally Black. These are the real pan-Africanists. Do you think if Khalid Muhammad was alive, or Malcolm X, he would put up with this here? Do you know these people, they were fighting for Black people to be really free. They were not talking about integration. What, to go live next to white people? And then you're like, hey, when my master say he's sick, I say, master, we sick. Okay? There are Black people that talk this way. But now those same people have flipped it around because white people are not, and this doesn't go to all Black people. I want you to know, Black people themselves call these people out. But here is a half Polish woman trying to copy Patra, Lady Patra from Jamaica. Shout out to my Jamaicans. They invented these box braids here, brought it to America, just like they brought rap, to America. I've heard some people got butthurt over that. There was no rap in America until the Jamaicans brought it here. This is why Busta Rhymes is one of the best really rappers, alive till today. Name a rapper that can go against Busta Rhymes. I'm not talking about who sold more. Even selling is the same. Go look at his record. Okay? So the Jamaicans came here and brought that style and introduced rap to Black America, because Black people used to be mostly Christian, super Christian. They sing the blues and like the church music. You got the Four Tops. You see what I'm saying? Back in the days, yeah, that's what they were into. So the Jamaicans, the Yardie boys, the Rude Boys, they brought rap into America. People, you will not get this real history anywhere but at the Afridamos Report. I have heard some people that were spreading the propaganda, trying to lie and say, oh, it was Black Americans that invented rap. No, it was Jamaicans, okay? And the box braids too. But I will talk about that another time. That's not why we are here. I know some are going to be mad, but Trust me, Black Americans have invented R&B for sure, but not rap music. Soul music, yes, they sure did.
Those of you that are Black immigrants and you felt some way about my argument, I would ask you to listen to what you're going to hear. And from that perspective, just think about how would it make us feel when you're telling us we should be Pan-African, we should unite with all Black people, but then we are constantly hearing Black people speak about us in this way. It's actually very hurtful. And I'm going to use that word coming from a woman that doesn't seem like she ever gets her feelings hurt, doesn't seem like I don't give a fuck and you can't make Meechi cry. Like at the end of the day, I'm choosing that word on purpose. It is hurtful to hear them talk like this when I don't ever look at any of Black immigrants in that manner. When I see y'all as Black, just like everybody else here, and I feel like we in the same fight. That is my personal approach to all of this. So it's hurtful to me to hear this be said. And I want y'all to listen to it and know that even if you're not talking like this, but you are a Black immigrant, the fact that you're not speaking against it, the fact that you're so silent about it, the fact that you're not making as much noise about how you do support us and you do believe in us uniting, there's not any Black immigrants out there that are coming back with conversations that are pushing back at these other immigrants. There's no pushback from y'all on your own people.
So mind you, this woman prior to this didn't talk about no immigrant stuff. First, it was white supremacy, and then now the election passes that have died. White supremacy no longer exists, okay? The Black immigrants have become the new white supremacists, according to them. So now she is on that bandwagon. So now all of a sudden, you all, Black immigrants, you guys are the new KKK. You guys should be holding all these KKKs next to you accountable. That's what she is doing. But mind you, it's not going off of anything that is sensible. She is just joining the bandwagon. But let's let her talk.
So the silence to us says that y'all don't really care either, if y'all get that, right? So this is what I want y'all to keep in mind, okay? When y'all hear what we're talking about here. All right, so we're gonna play these videos. I was told I'm giving myself a few minutes so YouTube don't dig in our ass, because I'm saying some cuss words. What is about to be said is really harsh to hear, and so we just don't want the system to pick us up and kick us off real quick, because they're gonna say some really fucked up stuff, and I'll be cussing too. So you never know how this is gonna go. So we're giving these few minutes to go past before we get started.
Look, people, if ADOS, this is how we would know if they even mean what they say or say what they mean, because there's a criteria. So if Roland Martin is an immigrant whose, great-great-grandma came, people were here for years, right? Generations. But she was made in her father's first difference in Poland. He carried her in his testicles, brought her to America, and delivered it here in America. So that became her. She grew up. So she is more Polish and immigrant than anybody. But lack of self-awareness and a group that is a yo-yo group that can just easily split and become something else. Okay? So she is jumping on the bandwagon. Now the group have been bastardized. Okay, so let's continue. It cannot be taken seriously because of this.
Anything about YouTube and the way it works. So in that time, let me just remind everybody to go sign up for MX Network texting list, right? So that when we launch, if you have not, text the word MX to 48.
Sonia, Roland is not an immigrant, but according to ADOS, he is. So I'm just speaking of how crazy that sounds. Roland is not an immigrant, but not according to ADOS FBA folks.
4848. Know that on that network, it will be plenty of stuff for ADOS, right? and the Black community as a whole. So know that even in our programming at MX Network, we're not just considering ADOS. Our programming is for all Black people, right? So know that we keep y'all in mind all the time. We just wonder why y'all don't have us in mind. I just want to throw that out there. Also, people left comments and messages, so let me address this to give us a little bit more time, get folks to get in here. Y'all like this video, share this video. It's 350 some of y'all in the house, so y'all go ahead and hit that like button for me, right? Don't forget that you guys can go over to therealmeechiX.com.
And people, please make sure you like and subscribe to the channel, just like she's saying here. I want to remind you guys, please hit it up. And mind you, this woman and Tariq have beefed themselves, okay? They have beefed themselves. So it is very funny to see people pretending to be united. It's the wildest thing to see on the internet.
Everybody keeps asking me that. It's therealmeechix.com. If you're signing up for the classes before they're gone, the CBD drop shipping, the online streams of income, if you guys would like to get them while they're still up there, okay? Let me see what else I was asking. Somebody wanted to ask me. Yes, the people that I told that if you've taken the class before, you don't have to pay for it again. If you pay for it once, that's fine. Before I actually had the site,
I'm over here and they act stinking shit. Like,
so you see, I had to skip that, but oh yeah, Stoic one. I need to make that right now. You're right. I'm gonna make one, but he's got this guy here who is dressed, you know, to perpetrate the stereotypical, you know, hood guy. So he's showing this, and she is going out of her way to perpetrate what she calls ghetto way of speaking. Just going out of her way. When in fact, when you meet most Black people who are darker than her, don't talk this way. But this is what passes up for Black. You see the madness that's happening? But these are the people speaking for this group. Anybody can just speak on the group. You know, pretty much. It's like anyone with a YouTube channel. Guess what? They are ADOS now. That's what they're going to be talking about. But we'll allow this genius to give us his thinking for a little bit. Then we'll skip to the, you know, other geniuses before we get to the, you know, quote unquote, immigrant Black who put her in her place. And then she lost it.
Real deal. And it's like, until you put them in their place, they act like they don't know it. It's like, hold up. And then my
let me ask you, do you feel the experiences that you have, do you feel that when you see non-ADOS, these Black immigrants, do you feel that in any way when you see them, you see yourselves? Do you feel like they're a part of you, or that in any way we all in the same fight?
I mean, I wish it was that way. Like, you can wish all you want to, though. That's because I don't even give a fuck about my own feelings. Feelings don't mean shit. Like, let's talk about facts. Fact is, yo, they got all kind of jokes. They think shit's funny. They got dumb jokes about the ghetto and all this other stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? They talk about how we eat, how we speak.
Hey, guys, really? I mean, be honest. Isn't this like a skit? You would think, like, honestly, like some white person just wrote this and it's a skit. This is the representation. He's got the stick in his mouth. He's not articulating what they are saying about the quote unquote the ghetto. He's just on the bandwagon. He is straight up lying on the internet on behalf of Black Americans. Isn't this crazy, people? But they're these same people that are sitting here doing this. They're demanding respect. He's got his bandana on his neck, and he's speaking for Black America. No problem. This guy never had problem with African immigrants, but now all of a sudden he had problem with Africans. Really? What African would be talking smack about the ghetto? What would they be saying about the ghetto? Like, have you seen some of the places in Africa? Africans are not talking about your ghetto. But obviously, you're insecure about the ghetto. This is crazy. Turning the ADOS into the joke that the group really is.
Our slang, but it's funny as hell because they be going back to their country with all our freaking leftovers, or what do you call it? Like the stuff that we don't wear no more, they send it back home.
So, okay, the Africans take the things they don't wear anymore and they send it back home. Like, okay, why is that a problem? Like, it means they're cleaning up the place for you. This is crazy.
You talking about them yellow bins?
Man, I'm telling you,
yellow
like,
beans, they be like, put all your old clothes in it. They ship them shits right to Africa. They do.
like for real though, and it's like, yo, it's like there's a few of them that you can really build with. It's like, yo, you start to have a cross-cultural exchange and everything like that. It's like it's a good thing when it happens, but a lot of times the way they look at us and the way they treat us, it's like you won't even get to that stage. You know what I'm saying? I had a situation. I was helping one of my sisters move into her house, into an apartment. I'm like, hold the door for us, hold the door for us. He tried to close it on her. I spit on that dope.
Hey, you guys do realize he is struggling to make up stories. He's lying, right? African or no African, even white people, common sense. Why would someone see people moving, struggling? You know, like you don't even, if they see you common sense, they would hold the door for you, right or wrong. Right or wrong. But he has no stories. He has to make it up. He has to make it up. So he spit on him. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, those of you that's never been to America, welcome to America. Okay? Welcome to America. This is real. This is not just a skit. This dude is straight up lying and pretending to act like he's telling the truth. All in the name of, quote unquote, a group. So black people, you see what is going on here? You see how you're being pulled into this silly fight, quote unquote? This is how it happens.
Keep it real with you. Like, real deal. You want to treat me like that? I'm going to spit on you. That's what it is. So it's like some of us is about that life and always going to be about that life. They're going to fuck with the wrong ones and they're going to find out the hard way because it's like, oh, so you want me to act like that? So let me give you what you're asking for.
How does that make you feel, though, that as black people in this country, like we seem to have to fight everybody and then see somebody else, you know what I mean, that claim that they're not a part of the hood. They're not caught up in all of the stuff that we do. You know what I'm saying? They come from another country and they're not like us low-life niggas. You know what I'm saying? But they supposed to be a part of the Pan-Africanism and they treat you that way. Like, how do you feel? Do you?
It'd be worse there. It'd be worse there because, like, all right,
so did you hear what she's asking? Oh, how do you feel about Africans that say they are not part of the hood? But are they really part of the hood? If you say Africans, if they come from Africa, that's where they're from. They're not part of the hood. So this is not even making sense. So he's making it up as he goes. I don't know what he's chewing, but this is just wild. This is wild. This is the people talking on behalf of ADOS. These are the people now jumping on the bandwagon. If I didn't show you this video, you would think I made this up, but it's real.
My little cousin is Bayesian, right? He's half Bayesian, so he found it to go to Barbados one time, right? He was shocked. He was like, yo, people really live like this? What the fuck? Like, you know what I'm saying? He was really shocked. And he's like, he had no idea. He had no preparation because he's like, he's seen poor people here. He never seen real poor people. Like, you know what I'm saying? He's like, yo, they really live like that. They don't get no help, no nothing. And it's like,
so he's shared his genius level. Let's move on to the next one, okay? Here. All right. Here's a lecturer. Let's hear part of him too, and then we'll move on to the next one.
And my concern was, why are we using Black immigrants who are not Pan-Africanists, do not practice Pan-Africanism, as the barometer for which we use to measure Pan-Africanism? Like, the two don't, there's no association. So it's like,
this guy was a smart guy. He asked smart questions. He's saying, why are you using African immigrants who are not Pan-Africanists as the marker for what a Pan-Africanist is? Not every African is into that. So he's asking a good question. So literally, you have your own ideology. So you are forcing it on people who don't share that with you. So now you are hurt because you have an expectation that you should already have had this expectation for yourself. You should have had standard for yourself. But you want to hold other people that you have no control over to a standard you don't even have. But let's continue.
Wouldn't come and indict Christianity, right? Like, I wouldn't go on a street corner and talk to some street dudes like, look how y'all acting. Like, this ain't how Christians supposed to be acting. Ain't nobody out there no Christian. Nobody professed to be a Christian. So when I'm listening to these spaces and I'm hearing this ignorance, yes, it's painful. Yes, it's hurtful, but that isn't the representation of Pan-Africanism. So
sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never do anything to me. Look, if words really hurt you hard and it breaks you, you need to check yourself. Something is seriously wrong. In fact, you should be thankful when someone said something and you realize it hurt you. You face it. Have you guys seen, I've heard people say, right, oh, Afridamus, Gambia is poor. And yes, compared to the United States, yes. And what's that have to do with the conversation we're having? Or they would say, why did you ran from Africa? No, I didn't run. I came here on my own free will. Why can't you do what you're doing here in Africa? Because guess what? I was born free. I don't owe you or anyone an explanation or to be tied in one place. People, if you're a free person, you can go wherever you want to go in this world. That's what the white man did. They came to America. They took the land. They built it. They came up with a constitution and say, hey, you can come here. You can take your piece of land and you can colonize that area too for yourself, like the Somalis are doing in Minnesota. Okay? And I support it, like a Chinatown. Because you see, you African, you want to hate on the Somalis. But imagine, sometimes there would come a time that city would be so strong, any African can just move there and mingle with the Somalis. This is what you have to think about. Okay? That's what you need to think about. And I bet you will be able to live in harmony because your cultures are similar. And when Black people who want to really unite with Africans, they see that example, they see the example, they would join in too eventually. Just because these people that you are hearing, the Meechi X, is obviously, she is wrong, she is lost. She doesn't know what she's talking about. She has no idea. But people listen to this. That's why the Afridamus report has to break it down and show you and everybody how silly some of these people sound. They are completely lost. Joe Biden is offering crack in the place of reparation, and you are worried about other people. Tariq is making video talking about your government. Oh, because he said Africans say they left because of their government. In the meantime, in America, when you say reparation or stop, don't shoot, You're saying that to the government. The government, like you're saying. You're saying this to the government. You see? But you see why Africans don't respond? Because Africans are looking at you like, what? You are whining about the government every day. Reparation, affirmative action, stop, don't shoot, laws. You complain about the government. But I guess, oh, okay, I see what's happening. It's called projection. It's called projection.
I think that when we do that, we're pushing forth a misrepresentation that, in my opinion, does more harm than it does good, because we need revolutionary instruments in order to deal with this thing that we're fighting.
Okay, I get that. I guess, but when we look at Pan-Africanism, we look at it in the sense that we unite across this world. Like all Black people are in the same fight, and we should unite and come together and support one another. So when you hear groups of Black people from other places speaking that way, the thing is that how many, I guess, and my question is, how many other Black people around the world are really concerned? That brings up that question for me.
So now, no longer concerned about white supremacy. It's about international Blacks. So this guy gave his point. I'm going to move it to the next one, because here, now the conversation gets good. Someone with sense calls in.
As colonized people, right? As Black people in America, we represent an internal colony. So when you talk about China, taking over economically, on the continent, well, if we go to our neighborhood,
you notice how Black people always say, oh, the Chinese are in Africa taking over economically. The Chinese are in America investing, taking over in America. What are you talking about? In this world, there's always two superpowers. If America monopolizes power, that's not good for the rest of the world. We've seen, when the former USSR fell, there was a power vacuum that was created. Hence, remember the wars of the 90s, the 2000s, where the United States can just invade any place? That's what happened. But the Chinese have grown themselves, their economy. So America cannot be the only power people can rely on. The Chinese are not taking over in no damn Africa. What are you talking about? It's called business. Nobody's taking over no Africa. You don't know what you're talking about. This race thing have paranoid many of these people. Just because you have put yourself in a disadvantaged position to say anybody who isn't white, when you interact with them, you have already accepted the inferior position, as if this person is pulling one on you. Do Chinese, they would say, oh, your country is mostly Black. We know this. We are mostly Black, but we don't think in terms of race. See, you have to come out of your box. Don't think your experience is shared across the board. People don't identify by skin color. But those of us who live in America understand where the Black thinking is coming from. But God damn it, sometimes it's hard to understand it, because every day is something new. Every time I watch CNN, I said pretty soon the Blacks would identify with it. Boom. Okay? They are always using the Blacks to further their agenda. They try to cancel Joe Rogan, a popular podcaster. First of all, because he's a dissenting voice to the pandemic, right? They couldn't cancel him because the man is pulling 11 million views per episode. He is running circles around CNN. So their plans is, the plans are falling down. So they want to stop him. They couldn't. Now they have to use Black people as the Trojan horse to jump in. Do you know they went and did a compilation saying he said the N-word, when in fact people see black people saying this to each other and they put it in music. I don't think they understand like there's a like other people take hypocrisy seriously. Like they're like, okay, just because they're not telling you doesn't mean they cannot see it. It's not like people don't see it. So now it is white people fighting each other over this Joe Rogan thing. They brought black people in. Now, all of a sudden on the internet, now I'm hearing some black people saying, oh, Joe Rogan, they should take some of his money and give it to us. Can you believe that? It's crazy. And they're saying this on the internet. Nobody's stepping in telling them how dumb they sound. But they're saying it. If you say oh, you're disrespectful. No, dude, you having this type of thinking is what's disrespectful. The man didn't call you anything. Even if he calls you that, it's just words. Are you that weak? Come on, let's go.
It's the gas stations are run by the Indians, the corner store is the Dominicans and the Chinese, and the schools are managed by like white women. And when you talk about like running from our conditions, you have black people in America that are running from the conditions of the internal colony. It's just that we don't have to run as far because we're already does the role of going across the world, right? And creating the conditions across the world that you see right here in Black America. So as you were stating during your monologue, nigga, y'all conditions is just like ours. So like have some respect, put some respect on our name. I just think that that education component, specifically political education, is going to be necessary to kind of build those bridges if we desire to be liberated and still maintain some type of, I guess, revolutionary.
So this guy overall, he's clear-headed, smart guy. He's not doing the same talking points. He's thinking for himself. It's like, hey, I'm a Black American. I'm a Pan-Africanist. Yes, I understand we are our own people, but we would like to, create relationship with other Black people, which makes sense, right? So he's a smart one.
Ethic that goes beyond the singular project of just achieving reparations. That's my piece. Sister Meechi, I rocks with you. I appreciate you having me on for the build, and I'm looking forward to tapping in with you again.
All right, thank you for coming on. Okay, let me see who we got in the back. Whoever you saw was coming on next. Go ahead, Z-Banger.
Kick back, people, and listen to this conversation. This woman that just popped in immigrated to America. So that would mean she knows the immigration laws, right? She went through the process. So she's about to talk some sense. Watch what is considered quote unquote blackness. She is about to live up to the stereotype. And I don't even have to tell you. You'll see when we get there.
Good night.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
Well, I support your channel, and I just want to make a few points because I was surprised to hear your comments tonight, but I kind of caught you at the end of your other show.
Okay.
Okay, so two things. First, I want to say that most immigrants support reparations for African Americans. I can't see how we wouldn't. Because we ourselves from different islands do have gone forward for reparations for ourselves. And
so she did not expect the people that she is attempting to make a show about to call in. Watch her facial expression, how it started dropping. So she's about to exhibit loud 101 when you cannot come up with facts or you don't know what you're talking about. You become irate, and so you don't have to answer the questions.
The second thing is that I want to say that it's Tariq, to be honest. I mean, we were supporting the whole idea of reparations, and then it became a whole xenophobic commentary from his part. And it was surprising to me because the check for the reparations is not a guarantee. But I don't think that you have to divide yourselves from immigrants to get that check. Yeah. And personally, when Tariq started to talk about immigrants ran from their countries, that's not true for everyone. I mean,
It's funny. They like to say the immigrants ran from their country. Immigrants, don't let that piss you off. Why? The white people that own the country, they are not original to this land. Don't let that get to you. It is free white people who travel everywhere. Us Africans, we've been traveling, okay? We've been traveling. Some people came to America because of destabilization of their nations. For example, prior to the wars in Somalia, did you see many Somalis immigrating to America? Obviously not. But because of the war, or prior to the Liberian war, you didn't meet many Liberians, or Ethiopia. So some people is against their will. But I've told you guys, a freeborn like me, a sojourner, a man with dreams, a man who wants to travel the road less traveled, okay? I like creating my own path. So I'm just like the bird. I fly wherever I feel like flying. Why would I have wings and be stuck in one place? Call it what it is. All you're showing is you don't have the imagination and the will power of a man who isn't afraid to take chances and go start elsewhere without the white man holding their hands. In fact, some of these people say the most embarrassing thing. They refer to white people as white daddy, but they call it zaddy. It's the most embarrassing things I hear. Oh, zaddy. Oh.
Nobody asked the Asians if they ran from their countries when they came here. I mean, you see the Afghanis do it, but nobody tells the Chinese when they come here, why you left your country, So,
well, Black people are oppressed everywhere they go.
Exactly.
Maybe every race isn't. So when they're leaving a place, a lot of us in America, they talk about we out of here, we going to Africa. That's because we're trying to leave all of the oppression we deal with here and we want something different. So for Black people, that's a little different because racism exists for us all.
Oh, so she's gonna try to turn it into oppression Olympics. Oh yeah, like us Americans do. We try to leave to run. Woman, when did you guys ever hear this woman say she is running to Africa? Ma'am, you cannot run to Africa. You can run to Poland. That's where your people are. Not Africa. What are you talking about? She's from Poland. She is even the real example. No, people, seriously though, pay attention. This is proof that these people, identifying as this group, they are running a joke. There's no one more immigrant than this woman. There's no one more immigrant than her. A Polish immigrant, for that matter. But now she wants to fix her mouth and tell you, the African, about America, how to come here, that you need to bow down to her. Ma'am, you and I don't have anything to do with each other. You, ma'am, have nothing to do with Africans. You should be going to Polish Town in Chicago than talking about Africans. The Kia said, her mother is or was Gambia. Was in Gambia. Nah. You see, why do you guys like to bring Gambia into this type of talk? Her mother in Gambia? I'll have to research that. Show me the proof.
So y'all
Yeah, but
experience it where you are too.
very true. But not everybody that left their country left because of oppression. Like I came here as an immigrant, but I didn't come because I was running for my country. There's no war in my country. There's no famine in my country.
No, but did you
I came here and got married.
America is the better place to be, or that this is a land of a free where you will get more opportunity or can live better? That's why y'all
Not really. I came here because I met my husband here. He's an immigrant from India. So he came here to work. I came here and got married to him.
And right, and he came here to work. That's what I'm saying. Most immigrants do come here though. Because
America is the center of capitalism. So she is trying to do the gotcha. Oh yeah, they came here because America is better. So yes, this is true. Lots of opportunities. Lots of opportunities in America. But now watch how she flips the, try to flip this. Watch how she tries to flip it.
But Indians are not asking him why he came to here. You know what I'm saying? Like black people are asking other black people why they came, but they're not asking other people why they came.
Yeah, we know why they come, because they all come here to capitalize in this country. Like even the Asians, they're just here to take over.
Oh, so why don't you go talk to those people then? Since you think America belongs to you, these terrorists, go talk to them then. Let's see you go talk to the Chinese, the Vietnamese, the Russians. Let's see you go talk to them. Or the Indians. Plenty of immigrants in America.
Exactly. So my other thing is that you can't suddenly have, what do you call it, fire for other black people when you have a list of other people who are abusing you every day. It kind of don't make sense, because like, when are you going to fight white supremacy? How are we suddenly chopping at each other's necks just to get a check that is not even guaranteed? You can't say that I heard FBA and ADOS saying that they helped us get here. The problem is that somebody was saying, I was listening. I can't hear, my phone is very low.
No, go ahead. You're fine.
Okay. Yeah, my problem is that if you look at the situation of Black America, okay, like I had to educate myself about it when I came here. I had to teach myself about Emmett Till. I had to teach myself about the whole situation, because that was nothing that I knew in detail. And I, like little things like,
so you would run into people who, like, for instance, talk to Black people who are not from here. Even if they're from here, for example, they go to a certain town. If you even go to a town you're not from, you're not going to know the history right away. You're not going to know everything. But some pretenders, oh, you don't know about this, then you don't care about Black people. The person is foreign. Hello. Like, but because in America, just because it's big news in America, doesn't mean it's big news outside of here. Most of this stuff, people don't even hear it outside of America. Just saying. I know, it's that ethnocentric thinking most Americans tend to suffer from. They think, just because it's in America, the whole world is doing it. This is why you hear some of these people saying, oh, you want to copy us. It's not everybody that is copying America. And this is true.
The angry Black woman. After I heard about Emmett Till, I was like, you should have angry Black women, So you let the society tell you that you shouldn't have these qualities. Like, okay, even plaiting your hair in braids. When I came here, people were like, oh, when you have your hair in cornrow, that means you're in the hood. And I'm like, how dumb is that? Like, I plait my hair in braids purposely because I'm like, I'm not gonna let white people dictate the things I do as a Black person.
I don't see, she's explaining to somebody something that makes sense. It's funny when I read stuff, they say, oh, you can do that, this is ghetto. I'm like, I don't care what somebody ascribed to me. I'm doing me, But this woman is saying, oh, immigrants ran. that would mean her father ran away from Poland. Because, you know, Poland is pretty cold. I'm guessing when it was under Soviet rule, communism, he ran away from Poland. And look, I have nothing against the father. I would have run away from Poland too. Okay? I would have. But let's hear what this woman, the woman that is talking, is very logical. She is hitting Meechi X, the half Polish, with facts. Let's hear her response.
You know, under their categories. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think Black Americans bend too much to what white America says. And then all of a sudden, you have heat for Black immigrants when you're getting your ass kicked by white people still after 400 years. It makes no sense.
Who's kicking your ass, though? Do you think your
No
ass?
one. That's the thing.
No,
I was able to migrate here.
Oh, is that? So just tuning in, you're watching my review with Meechi X. All right, ma'am, when I drop the link, I would definitely like it if you call in. So we can have conversation. But the woman clearly is hitting her with facts, and she is totally respectful, right? You would agree that she's totally respectful. But let's watch what's about to happen.
And
because migration is normal.
No, that's the funny thing, because you think your picture that's sitting up there, you are a very melanated sister, and you
that's not my photo. That's a model.
Okay, well, that's not your photo. So let's say, but you a Black woman? Yes. I'm sorry, your mic is muted. I can't hear you. But you're a Black woman, right?
Sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so you're a Black woman. So again, being in this country, for you to even say what you just said, it was actually kind of disrespectful to say that white people.
You see what she said? Now it's about to go left. They are quick to say disrespectful because she is biting on, she bit on a slice she cannot chew. So she has to resort to the only other way she knows how to, which is change it into a conflict. Change it into conflict. She's about to do the stereotype that everybody talks about. Let's go.
We've been whooping our ass for 400 years, and here they still are, and we don't have no heat for them, but for y'all. First of all, you come to this same place, and you are seen as the same kind of nigga as us.
Exactly.
So
exactly. And I agree with you, Meechi.
I agree. You think out of your own mouth, you just said that you're not getting your ass whipped, and you're not under any of that. You are under a facade. See, that's what happens. Y'all come to this country, and you think because you're not the people that were here first, that we get our ass whipped, and none of that ass whipping comes to you, or you're not seen as the nigga. The fact that you're with
So people that even listen to this woman, think about it. Literally, the woman, she's going out of her way to fight with this woman, despite the woman agreeing with her. Do you guys understand this? The woman literally, even what she explained, right? Even what she explained is, yes, I am seen the same way a Black person would be seen, because if it goes by skin color, I don't know why that's even an argument. You see? I don't know why that's even an argument. But she's about to go crazy.
I agree with you.
It probably makes you feel even more like you're not one of the niggas.
No. Remember you were saying that immigrants weren't supporting in your fight, and that was my second question I forgot.
Okay.
Let me
finish addressing the first step.
Go ahead.
Because again, your comment once again was very disrespectful, and that's part of the problem that we have, to sit here and say we've been getting our ass whooped by the white man for all these years, and we're not ready to fight them. When
this woman is emotionally unstable. When somebody keeps saying disrespectful, this woman did not say anything disrespectful here. She didn't say anything disrespectful. But again, she's going to pretend to be triggered, because the narrative has to be attack a Black immigrant that speaks facts to you. That's what it has to be.
when you do understand fighting the white man back in civil rights is the only reason you or your Indian ass husband is in this country.
She's resorting to racial epithet. This woman is half Polish. She is quickly resorting to attacking the woman's husband. At least the woman has a husband, you see? But she's going to try to shame the woman for having an Indian husband, as if that makes any difference. But let's go.
But Meechi, that's not correct.
No,
Now,
did you know that? It is, because y'all weren't even here when all of that stuff went down, and all of the rights to allow other people to come into this country, including Black immigrants, which they don't want y'all here more than anybody else. They
don't want us here, but yet let us in. Give us visas. Does this woman realize if white people, most Africans that come here, fly in, they have visas to come here? If you are not wanted here, they will not invite you to come here. So, just like her father, just like her dad, who fled from Poland to here, this woman is taking on the Black talking point to spew an experience that she didn't have. You guys remember when Kamala said when she was growing up, they celebrated Kwanzaa. Kwanzaa didn't even exist. Okay? It didn't even exist. It's not even a real holiday. It's made up. That's what I'm saying. In America, you can make stuff up.
y'all come in, all of those fights.
Exactly. You're saying that they let us come in.
From our
You didn't let us
ADOS.
come in.
Wait a minute,
They-
getting beat up by dogs, getting beat down with water hoses
Exactly.
before all of that time came. Y'all,
You guys remember what I said about that? How they show those pictures? That is demoralizing to Black kids. That is that Martin Luther King thing, the civil rights thing they're talking about. These people say they are fighting for freedom. Freedom is not the same as immigration. So if you oppress yourself, that's just a common sense. How can you help other people? Because to come to the United States, right? If somebody in this country, a citizen, wants someone to come here, that person has to guarantee the person. So if you're oppressed, you're being beaten by dogs, water hoses, you cannot vouch for somebody to come to America. So we know this. But when you point it out, and this is what the facts are, you have somebody breaking down, getting upset. That is a sign of mental illness. Seriously. It's a real sign of mental illness. Immigration law and the civil rights laws are not the same. The civil rights laws they passed was through Senator Sellers. Back in the days, they stopped allowing Southern Europeans, Eastern Europeans from coming to America. There was never a time that they put a ban on Africans coming to America. You can go read this. They increased the quota. This is true. And in the 90s, when the DV, visa lottery came, many Africans won it. But I was doing the research. There was never a time when Africans weren't allowed to come here. Every country, every region in this world, America has a quota for people that come from that part of the world. That's why you would see certain periods, they would pour in certain groups of people into this country because that's what their focus is on at that period of time. Like right now, they're bringing the Afghanis and they open the border to South Americans and others. That's what the agenda is. They're not even waiting for people to get visas. So in 1965, because when they passed the Civil Rights Act, Senator Sellers also put this bill in so that they can increase the quotas and allow Southern Europeans to come into this country. Black people at that time were in no position to fight for other people to come here. They themselves were fighting to be treated equally. Let's not forget that.
Experience none of that. And the bottom line is we do keep fighting. We have continued to fight. And
that's what I'm saying. You're fighting, but you can't start fighting.
Again, we are fighting, and we have been fighting from day one. And what we did not do is get up and leave and run. So you have a
like your daddy did. So again, this shows you have people who lack knowledge. They come and speak on behalf of a group. So because you're Black, your experience is messed up, it doesn't mean that's what it's like for every Black person. I came from a country that's poorer than the United States, but I didn't run from it. I came because I could. The United States made it available. I came just because I can. And the things I needed are here. So it's no different than what the white man did to move up here. Simple as that.
Colonizer wherever you came from, and I don't see you there fighting them or having any victory where you're from in all of these years either. And you're not even
don't have the same situation as you said. We didn't have horses, we didn't have dogs, so the situation is not the same. Okay.
So
whites make up 0.05% of our population.
What you said, and we're not going to move past that. Again, I heard you sit and talk about all this rhetoric and how we have so much heat for y'all, but you're not speaking that when I said what I said, mine was in response to the shit y'all keep saying about us. And then the shit that just...
Why does she keep saying y'all? You see, Black people, you see for yourself the lightest persons, the half immigrant, how she's the one perpetrating this quote unquote ghetto stereotype on your behalf and you identify with it. She's going out of her way to do that. We were here fighting from day one. Your father came from Poland. What are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? This is asinine, seriously.
Came out your mouth is exactly the type of stuff I'm talking about. You sat here and said we've been getting our ass whooped for 400 years.
Yes, but we all have.
Wait a minute, baby. Thank you. So I'm gonna need you to stop that because all across this world, all Negroes are getting their ass whooped.
Exactly, and I agree.
So why did you just say that as though we're in a boat all by ourselves?
Because you're separating yourself as ADOS. You can't separate yourself as ADOS.
Do you
speak of yourself as ADOS?
Okay.
So I'm saying that ADOS.
Here goes a misunderstanding. Do you know why we claim ADOS? Do you even know what that is about or why it's being done?
Yes, but at this point it says American descendants of slaves.
And what is
no, not African descendants of slaves. Even right now, people are dividing themselves, saying that there are not even Blacks.
You don't know.
They're saying that they are indigenous and Aborigine. Some people are even claiming Native American now.
Watch, she's about to deny it, right? Even Tariq himself. You know, like, it's true. They said they are not Africans. Look, the thing is like, when people say they are not Africans, they're Indians, they really think they're hurting Africans' feelings. We don't care. Like, we literally don't care. Like, you can wake up tomorrow and say, now you identify as a lamp. You think an African being? No, you are not a lamp. You are a human being. We literally do not care what you identify with. We've seen it all. We've seen it all. This is not the first time. This is just what is popular this year. Next year, there's going to be another group. Okay? It could be the Indian group. Maybe finally the real Indians would have to put a stop to that. But there's going to be a group, just watch, which will be different from these ADOS.
Okay, we're talking about ADOS.
That's what I'm saying, that if you listen to ADOS, some of them are dividing themselves as tribes, as not even Black. So I don't think you're following it. Some ADOS and FBA are literally saying they're not even Black. They're saying that they're indigenous and native.
And this is why I need you as immigrants for a moment to be quiet, because you're ignorant of what you're talking about. When we
I hear disrespect. I hear disrespect. Did you guys hear the disrespect? Did you guys hear the disrespect? Same pattern. So that's why I say sticks and rocks may break my bones, but not words. So she should be quiet because she's an immigrant. If it's not you, an immigrant, she would have been white. You have no right to speak the truth because you are white. Are we seeing a pattern here? Are we seeing a pattern here? You, the immigrant, the same pattern, the same technique that's been used against white people to shut them down is being used on you. I hope you're seeing this. I hope you're seeing this. In the Somali situation, Tariq said all kind of stuff about Somalis, trolling them. He's done this for years. Young Somalis in a conversation response, oh, now the Somalis, the Africans, not only the Somalis, the Africans are racist. They are white supremacists. But when you say it's a joke, but the Somalis were joking back. They were joking back, right? Oh, you couldn't take their joke? It was too much? Because the problem is you have this woman, first of all, you have to realize this woman shouldn't be qualified to represent any group because she will get you in trouble. She would get you in trouble, and that's what's happening here. She's way too emotionally fragile. She's suffering from identity crisis. She doesn't know what she's talking about. But if she is speaking on your behalf, it could have been on behalf of any other group, even if it's not you. Nobody will take that group serious if these are the type of people leading it. That's just the truth. It is literally, people literally laugh at it. This is why. A Polish, her father is immigrant from Poland. What's there to say? But it is popular, right? So she gets a pass.
Say that when people are saying they're Native Americans, you don't understand, once again, the history in this country. Because when the white people came over here, not only did they bring slaves, there were actually Black people already here. And some of us are indigenous to this land, but they are still Black people.
And that's why I'm saying that some of them are saying they're not Black. Some are saying that they are.
She's trying to make the argument, again, the Indian argument. It was Indians that were here. They were not Africans. Okay? This narrative, look, people, if you don't live in America, I live in America. They are not talking to white people this way. Have you ever seen them talk to white people? Don't listen to this crap. Like, what are you talking about? White people don't listen to this. Even you, the African, you're not listening to it. I know you are laughing because it's laughable. This woman, her father is from Poland, all the way from Poland. So what is she talking about? Having original tie to this land. Yes, you were born here. You're, part of the new group here, but you are not origin to this land. Plain and simple. Oh, they will say, oh, she's first generation. So was Barack Obama. He became president. Another first generation who, by the time she was born, her parents weren't even citizens, became vice president. Are you checking these boxes to know that America is that place? They said, come here, do what you got to do. If you can climb the highest mountain, It's there for you. Figure out how to do it. I didn't come as a group, and I don't think with a group. Plain and simple. Some people are just afraid to face themselves. This is why they hide. They hide inside of groups because they are scared of their own shadows. That's what I'm seeing here. That's exactly what I'm seeing here. Right now, we have people who, they are ex-convicts. Now, all of a sudden, they read some books in prison. Oh, now they are scholars on the internet. They are bringing you prison history. How do I know this? I worked in a prison for 8 years in America. I've worked all security levels. In fact, I was so cool with the blacks in the prison there. Sometimes when they want to make arguments with the, let's say, the lieutenants or the prison higher ups there, the blacks, I was the one they trusted to come there to be the witness as an intermediary. So you must know, in that prison, it was not because of car, money, or whatever that they respected. No, it is my word. They've noticed I'm about the truth. I support the truth because all you've got is the truth, your word. Because in a prison setting, that is very, very important. For you to be able to talk to a man who the only thing they know about you is if you're going to treat them fairly or not. So the same way in life, people are watching you. When people see you are fair in a prison setting, you are not at risk, no danger. That's how in prison, they allow people to even get married. Do you know how many black inmates I have become best man to in the prison? And I was an officer, and some of them white inmates. I have officiated all kinds of weddings in a prison. Those of you that are jailbirds, you know I'm telling the truth. People getting married in white t-shirt, they call it the white t-shirt wedding. And I would be the best man because they're not going to allow their cellie to come. So I'm just giving you a context here to know I'm not speaking from book knowledge or internet knowledge. I'm speaking about real life things I have witnessed, my experience, the life I've lived and continue to live. I no longer work in a prison, of course, but you get the point.
Yeah.
Because a lot of black people don't want to use that term. What you're saying is meaningless statements right now because it doesn't have anything to do with the ADOS conversation. Again, let's go back to what I asked you. What is the purpose of ADOS? You're mad because we separated that, but what does ADOS represent and why are we claiming ADOS? Do you know, yes or no? And if you do, please explain.
You're separating yourself so that you can claim reparations.
So how can you sit in one breath and tell me that we don't need to do that in order to claim it?
Oh no, I never said you don't have to do it. I'm saying that when you did it, no, I'm saying when you did it, then you started to get anti-xenophobia. I'm not saying you. I'm saying Tariq was pushing that anti-black immigrant rhetoric when he said
she is just created her own fake argument and accused this woman. Did you guys see what she did here? The woman never said you guys shouldn't apply for reparations. She said, we support your reparation. That's the first thing she said. But you guys see how she flipped it? This woman came from Poland. She is a Rachel Dolezal, people. Can you imagine when Rachel Dolezal was representing the ACLU chapter and making her arguments? Was she ACLU or the NAACP, the NAACP group in Spokane? She totally fooled them. She fooled them, people, and told them she was black. Look, when I saw the video and the news, she was walking around with some people that I thought they were black. They were black like me. I was like, she fooled them. But then I get it, that it's not the color, it's the ideology. And white people are the ones that get to decide. So I don't want white people or black or other person to decide for me what I should be. You can think I'm something, that's your thinking. But the only person's thought that matters about me is myself. Because that's how I would operate. I don't want anybody to decide what I should identify as. You see? But this is the problem.
And hold your
No, you're going to tell me, thank you for muting the mic, but you're going to tell me that once we asked for reparations, then we started getting xenophobia. You know that ever since immigrants been coming over here, y'all have been feeling this way about us. This didn't just come about.
Feeling what way? You notice they cannot tell you. Somehow, you cannot figure out your own identity, but you know how other people feel. Talk about insecurity. If you're worrying about what other people think of you, you have issues. Are there immigrants who probably, I don't think they hate black people. Have they said stuff that is wild? Yeah. But the question is, are they lying? That's what we should be asking. Are they lying? Because when someone says something, that's what I would ask. Is this person lying? Because I guarantee you, even like right now, if you tell somebody in America, the government is trying to give the blacks crack pipes and call it, equality. Right now, there is people who would fight against you and say, you immigrants are hating on our crack pipes. Believe this or not. There are some who would take this FBA thing, flip it, and say, oh yeah, some of these immigrants are talking trash. They don't want us to have crack pipes. But you would see there would be black people there who, no, these people are not talking sense, but they would let them say things like this and just let them pass. Crack pipes, free syringes. Oh, but the reparation you want, they're not going to give you that. They are going you don't want to put certain things in your body, but crack, that's okay. Heroin, that's okay. But the pandemic thing, you don't want that in your body. That means you are against everything. But when it comes to crack, they would help you so you can be equal. That's their way of expressing equality, to provide black people with crack. They said black people, gay people, that's who they're trying to give this to, spending 30 million on it. So that's why I'm confused when people say, oh, the immigrants support Democrats. I don't think so, but okay.
Yesterday, when I was 17 years old, ma'am, I went to school with Africans who looked at all the black people on campus and told us we were not fucking one of them. And they stayed away from us like the plague and was up white people's assholes all day because they were told we were ghetto. So I've heard that since I was 17. So please don't blame that on ADOS, saying now we're starting to talk about y'all. That's
but
not
black people in America call themselves ghetto as well. And as soon as you get money, you run to the suburbs. So it is a problem.
That's not, they do call themselves ghetto. People brag about this. Have you watched black comedy shows? Have you watched black comedy shows? They talk about this all the time. Black people even talk about, you would see a grown man talking about how they got beat by their mama. This is abuse level. But people are sitting there laughing at that. But they would think all black people relate to that. I've had people try to, they were saying these jokes, how they got beat. That was weird to me. I was like, this person was getting beat by their mama. When I was growing up, if someone gets beat by their mama, they're not telling that story to anyone that didn't see it. They're going to hide it. But they talk about what happens in the ghetto, on stage, on camera, in music, in real life. Some brag about it. You ain't from my block. You can't even come to the hood. Okay, sure. I'm gonna go to a place where bullets would possibly be flying. If that's what you want to brag about, you're right. I'm not coming there. Or they would say Donald Trump said country's a shithole, which, by the way, there's no proof that he did. But he did say Baltimore is a shithole. You guys remember that? And then they try to go to Baltimore to debunk what Trump said. They took the news there, right? They're in this ghetto area. And they're like, look at Donald Trump. He is so racist. He said this place is a shithole. And then they are recording, right? Boom. A big rat came out running. A big rat came out running. You see? Detroit. You see what I'm saying? But I'm not taking any shots at black people. I'm just saying, when we see what is happening and we feel your pain, but when you try to turn this into you versus black, African immigrants or Caribbean immigrants, it's unproductive. Because when Trump said this, they wanted to go to Baltimore to debunk him. While they're recording, a rat ran by. A huge one too. You can look this up right here on the internet. This is true. I'm not making this up. But when you say this to Africans as an insult, they say, oh, it's shithole. You think I don't know this? Some of the countries need to change for sure. Big time. But some of these hoods need to change as well. This is why people are running away from them.
Among all black people around the world, okay?
All black people
but
around
you can't
the world.
act like a super Negro and say, okay, ADOS is better than everybody else.
We didn't
okay?
say we were better
we
than
all
everybody
had slavery.
else. We didn't say we were better than everybody else.
But that's what I'm saying. You're not saying that.
But you live in a country that you think doesn't oppress your black ass, and you walk around proudly with your Indian ass husband on your arm.
Did you see? The Indian husband thing pissed her off because she doesn't have a husband. She lived this ghetto life that she wants to perpetrate, and she's waking up to reality like, hey, I'm just gonna be all wannabe revolutionaries. Okay, now I'm gonna go hate on other people. That's what she is doing. Now she wants to attack the woman's husband. That's what she's doing. And that man has nothing to do with this conversation. Just saying. But she took it there.
Says that you have no idea what the fuck is going on in this country, ma'am.
That's the sad part. I do. I support all the black businesses in my area, and I speak to black Americans.
You basically just told me, because we say we're ghetto, what's wrong with other people saying that about us? That was disrespectful too. Y'all niggas is disrespectful, and it just flows out.
Did you guys hear how she just called immigrants niggers? Did you see this? So in one breath, you cannot, look, people, I cannot make this up for you. You're seeing this happen. Talk about hypocrisy 101. If the truth is not in you, if the Jezebel resides within your spirit, that spirit would always come out. So in one breath, oh, you're disrespectful for telling us the truth. Not us, but you. And a couple of the people that act this way. And when people say us, I don't know who they are talking about. Okay? I don't know who they are talking about. But The same word that she's pretending to be pissed off at, that's what she is perpetrating. And this woman, as a half Polish white person, shouldn't this be racist for this woman to say this? She's not black. And she's saying this to a real black person. This is racist, if you ask me. This is Afrophobic. My goodness.
Your mouth and you don't even see how disrespectful you are. You have said several offensive things on this fucking call since you've been here. You said we've been getting our ass whooped for 400 years.
And it's true.
It's true. And how long have you been getting your ass whooped, man?
Not at all. That's the thing. You can imagine that every country is the same.
No, answer my question.
We never had to. We've never been a hashtag.
How long have you been getting your ass whooped? Answer that question.
So it's not.
She just told you we don't. You don't see other black people crying the same way as you are crying. You live in the richest country. Your father immigrated here for better life. This is what you are resorting to. He ran from communism in Poland to create a better life. He made the left turn and ran into a black woman. And now here we go. This is what we're dealing with.
The same. So yes, there are blacks that come here and cool.
No, you
but
just said, no, Muter Mike. You just said a minute ago that you agreed with me when I said black people are oppressed all across this world, no matter where you go. We're all in a fight against the oppressed.
No, I wasn't oppressed when I lived in Africa. No, am I oppressed right now? You know what they say, heaven and hell exist in your mind. Okay? Hey, if you say you are oppressed and you want to hold on to that, hey, good for you. But it's another thing for you to try to convince me that I'm oppressed too. I think I'll be able to know. But this is not even, you think if I'm oppressed, she is the one I'm going to be looking for? Really, people to help me? And it's like she's trying to force feed oppression to every black person in the world. You know, here in the United States, when even the blacks who are successful are afraid to say they are not oppressed, now they all have to pretend. This is why you see people like Randy Moss crying on TV, because oppression is what is being sold. That's why they show you the pictures of the dogs and the horses, because oppression has to be. So look at who is showing it. Then you would know the motive. Joe Biden and his people, the ones that are trying to give black people crack, that group of people, they're the ones in charge of all this.
That we're being oppressed everywhere, right? You agreed with that. Now you're telling me it's not the same. I'm going to ask you again, how long has your black ass been oppressed?
Meechi,
since you want to tell us how long we've been oppressed.
Dogs and police officers. Who else?
Ma'am, answer the question. How long have you been getting your ass whooped by the colonizers, since you know so much about how long we've been getting our ass whooped? How long have you been getting your ass whooped?
We never had dogs, Meechi.
We
never had Jim
Dogs
Crow.
are
So
not
I'm telling you, our situation is.
Can you guys hear the craziness here? This is who is representing ADOS. Like, I can't make this up. This woman don't know what she's talking about. She has no idea. She is trying to force oppression on the woman talking to her. The woman just said, no, we're not oppressed. Why does she want her to be oppressed? Now you guys see the problem, the breakdown in communication. So it's like, I'm oppressed. I feel oppressed, so you should feel oppressed. I'm hurt. You should be hurt. That's not how it works, man. It's not the same thing.
You can be oppressed in many ways. See how she don't want to answer this, y'all? See what I'm talking about? Everything is our fault. She is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. She's not hearing a fucking thing that's said. She's come up here and been disrespectful as hell. Y'all been getting your ass whooped for 400 years and you still getting your ass whooped. And somehow her black ass think that she's not a part of that living in this country. That is ridiculous to me.
I told you earlier, you're saying that immigrants don't support you when you riot or whatever it is. But you can't tell who the immigrants are.
And that's the thing. You know, last time the Somalis were talking about when they participated in the riots in Minneapolis. See, Somalis have to learn the lesson. Be a good, be good to the host. The white people that made this happen, you shouldn't be burning their cities. Because that Black Lives Matter is a Trojan horse. It wasn't the black people they were fighting for. Go look at their website. They just use black people as a cover. It's not real. Go read their website. You will see for yourself. Right now, they're investigating them, in fact, for $60 million that they collected. They did not give anything to quote unquote saying they are collecting on behalf of black people. People use black people, the name black, to collect. In my own city, I was coming out of the store during this quote unquote peaceful protest, but we all know it wasn't. The people that I saw outside the grocery store, because the grocery store I go to is in a safe neighborhood. I shop at Whole Foods. If any of you that know that, this is not one of those places where just any Joe Blow can walk right in there. Okay, so these guys are out there begging, collecting donations. Do you guys know clearly the sign they had? This has nothing to do with black people. Even the people that were out there marching has nothing to do with black people. You understand this? But you just have few black people on the fringes right now. Like they have a lady named Tamika Mallory and rapper named My Son. So in the urban areas, these people, they are used as the urban image to galvanize black people to join in, to be used as the Trojan horse for people to bring their agenda, to pass the agenda that they want, all in the name of we are helping black people. So the Somalis that went there and rioted, I hope you guys have learned. Those of you that are watching, make sure you spread this so it reaches the Somalis to know that don't be rioting. Don't be rioting because you're destroying the white man's country. Imagine if everybody was rioting and destroying the white man's country. It would have been hard for people to immigrate here. So I know some are gonna say, I can't believe Afrodamus is giving this type of good talk, but it is the truth, ladies and gentlemen. Let's continue.
Because when you look, all you see is black faces. When the police pulls me over, they don't think that I'm American. I mean, they don't think that I'm an immigrant until I open my mouth. Yeah, because I'm black. When anything happens, I'm black first.
You're black in the colonizer's eyes, but you're a different kind of black in your own eyes, ma'am.
How am I a different kind of black? I literally live in the hood. Yeah, my husband makes over 6 figures, and we live in the hood because.
See her face? Every point she raises, this woman covers it. She tried to say, you feel better than the woman's like, I live in the hood, and I believe her. Let me tell you, when they say the hood, right? It's some of these hoods, it's not like Baltimore or Detroit. Some places like where I live, our hood would literally be like a suburb in some of these states. I have seen the Detroit hoods, Southside Chicago, Baltimore. The hoods here is suburb over there, okay? So not all the hood is messed up. Around the fringes, there's expensive houses, nice places, okay? So I believe this woman, there's plenty of people that live there that make 6 figures. But now the woman debunked her lies. Now she is about to shift the goalpost. Watch.
I don't want to live among white people.
No, ma'am, I'm not saying you live in the suburban. You live in the hood. We know.
Yeah.
Okay. But you should.
I've never.
You should
I've
go
been
live
here for
around
almost 20
Indians or
years. I've
something.
never
Because
had
all
a
the
white
black people
neighbor.
you live around, you feel a certain way about them, and it's seeping out your mouth tonight. So you should probably not live around them because you don't give a fuck about black people in this country. Because you just made the comment about how long we've been getting our ass whooped. Can I ask you what was the purpose of?
So she just decided for her that she doesn't care about those people. She felt whatever way about these people. This is lunacy, people. This is lunacy. She doesn't know this woman from a can of paint, but yet went on to tag this onto her. Black people, I want you to truly listen to what I'm saying here. She is amongst one of the few people, amongst the people who display this type of character in your name. And why would you be shocked that people don't want to deal with this? A person who the truth doesn't exist within them. You try to shame the woman about the hood. She told you she live in the hood. And now you want to move the goalpost. And then now you accuse her of having, weird feelings towards the people. This is crazy.
That comment? Are you trying to tell us that we keep getting our ass whooped and we're not fighting? So when are we going to win?
No, I'm saying that you're getting your ass whooped and you're blaming black immigrants.
When
like,
have we
honestly,
ever
you got
blamed
Arabs
you?
and Chinamen in
when did
the
we
hood
blame
beating
you
black people?
for what has been happening to us in this country? When the fuck did we do that? Ma'am, now you
all the time, ma'am. All the time.
lying.
But you yourself have said it. You have.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, while I play this, it's getting later and later, but I'm about to drop the link. So please, when you come in today, because it's almost 2 hours, I don't want to be here forever. So you're gonna come in and speak on, give us your 2 cents and drop out. Okay? Except the woman that she's having the conversation with, if she calls in, she would have longer time on the panel. So the link is dropped. Hit that link. Come on through. But I will continue playing it. The link is in the chat now. Let's go.
Done shows where women are getting their ass kicked by Chinese and Arab men for fake hair.
You're not seeing happening to us in this country. You are now lying. I'm gonna need you to go ahead and lay down with your Indian ass husband.
All right, we have the observing immigrant. She was the one on that panel. Ma'am, thank you for calling into the show. Observing immigrant, can you hear me?
I can't hear.
Can you hear me?
I can't hear. Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. Oh, something happened. All right. We have, okay. I don't know what's going on, but okay, we have Dunstan. Dunstan, welcome to the show. What's on your mind?
Yes, Afridamos, how are you doing, big man?
I am doing well. What about yourself?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I just finished work. I've had a long day today. I just got. I'm actually on my way home.
Oh, okay. So are you hearing? Have you been listening to this half Polish here? Being spewing Afriphobic talking points from ADOS FBA.
I've been listening to this shit, yeah. Excuse my French, yeah. I've been listening to this stuff for the past weeks and weeks and weeks, and you know what? It's getting boring, my friend. It's getting boring. I don't know how you people couldn't handle this. It's just too much. You know what I'm saying, yeah? It's just too much, yeah. My advice to everybody, yeah, whether you're Pan-Africanist or Black American or Black British or Black African, whatever, it doesn't matter, yeah. Life is hard enough, yeah. Get on with people, trying to build with people, build relationship with people that care about you. the rest of these people can go to hell, man, because they're just in the way. They're just
Right.
obstructing progress. You understand? That's my
All right.
take on it, my friend.
Well, thank you, Dunstan. Thank you. Oh, you're always
Bless
welcome
you.
here. All right. We have Observing Immigrant. Thank you for calling back in.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for coming in. So that was you in the video, right?
Yes.
So obviously that conversation went left pretty quick, and I'm glad you stayed put. You were respectful. She went out of her way to derail it because you were hitting her with facts. So can you explain what you were trying to get across to her?
Well, my initial problem was that the xenophobia that Tariq introduced to the whole argument of reparations. There's no immigrant trying to stop anyone from getting reparations. I mean, never, not before and not now. But when the reparations thought began, all of a sudden is like they keep saying that immigrants are trying to stop Black Americans from getting reparations. We can't stop anyone from getting reparations, and to be honest, most of us support it because you know almost every colonized country wants reparation. You know, so why would we be jealous? Like, the whole talk about we're jealous and they're saying they built America. Fine, but you built America, but you don't run America. So you can't keep saying that you want respect from Black immigrants when you've been taking disrespect from everybody else. Okay?
Right.
You can't say that we came here and or that you're the people that we all imitate. How can you say we imitate Black Americans when they step down to the white person and then ask us why we don't step up to white people? I mean, you've got to say, okay, we're imitating you in that way as well. Yeah. And then to say
Yeah.
that we're fleeing, I didn't flee anywhere. I came here as a student. I met my husband here. He's also an immigrant, and we got married. You
So
know,
so you're familiar. So like a
Mhm.
F1 visa.
I came on an H visa because my
HB.
husband
Oh,
was
okay.
working for a company.
Yeah. So
I had
so
my own visa before I came, the
mhm.
normal visa. And then when we got married, and I got the visa for a spouse.
Yeah, because you were explaining logic to her, how the system really works. But are you surprised to see that her father immigrated to America from Poland, for her to be spewing such a vitriol towards immigrants?
Yes, it makes no sense. And, she kept talking about my Indian husband, but I'm like, but you're half white. I mean, and, I'm married still. It's been almost 20 years. I'm married with a family. She's
Mhm.
divorced with 5 kids. I'm married with 3. I mean, I'll take that L if she calls that an L. Yes, I'm a Bajan Stoic. I'm from Barbados. Yes.
Well, hey, you didn't do anything wrong, and I'm glad you called in there, to defend the position. So, but what do you think about the African woman from the Congo that called in to pander to Meechi X?
Yeah, I started to watch that when, and then I was like, okay, she's just bullocking. She's just trying to, sedate the situation. Yes, we have immigrants who are coons and have coonish
Mhm.
mentality. Yes, we have immigrants that come here and are more interested in God
Mhm.
rather than, fighting oppression. Like, we're all for all,
But,
let's all be one, all this stuff, and ignore oppression. Um, but you can't put that on everyone. Yeah, a
but
lot
we
of
see
us
bigger
are not.
coons. We
Huh?
see bigger coons in Black America.
Exactly. And
Yeah.
they like Professor Black Truth and Jason Black, they want to say, oh, the blacks in the Black Caucus are undermining
Immigrants.
Black American stuff. There's hardly any immigrants in there.
I know. It's a cop out. It's just an excuse to find a villain. And then right after you, there was a guy that called in who thinks he's a pan-Africanist, who cannot even get his story straight. Apparently, Kwame Nkrumah is Nigerian. He came to university, and it's Black people that taught him about his movement. Kwame Nkrumah was a Marxist. Okay, he was a
Yes.
Marxist. So I don't know what they are talking about. But let's have St. James chime in. St. James, welcome to the show.
Bro, thanks for having me, man. Thanks for having me.
Hey, no problem. I'm glad you called in. St. James, what do you have to say on this Afrophobic and African immigrant attack from someone like her?
I'm kind of confused, Alpha, to be honest with you, because I remember 2 years ago there was a woman in the Gambia, right?
Right.
Having a field day over there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And everybody was like, most of the Africa were like, you know what, this woman is disrespectful. And you got some African American talking about, yeah, this is the way we speak, right?
Right.
So now the tables are kind of turned a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, why don't you guys, like, you can't take a joke anymore?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
it's a good question, because with the Somalis, they said Tariq was just joking, and the Somalis were joking too.
absolutely. It's both ways. Like, a joke over here, a joke over there, everybody good. Nobody wins, right?
Right.
That's why I'm like, where this is all this, like, I wasn't watching YouTube, but now I'm seeing a lot of YouTubers talking about these African immigrant, like, we just got here in America, like, God
Right.
damn.
So what do you think about her conversation with observing immigrant here on stage right now?
I mean, she didn't make any good point. That lady's like, she was all over the place, right? Observing immigrant was trying to walk her through everything. Like, she didn't want it, and she was throwing like, oh, you guys don't want to fight or whatever. Like, you feel like you better than us. Like, your fight is different.
Right.
Us immigrants coming here, we don't like. You they said it right. They said we run from our country. Somebody that run from their country is not going to be able to save you.
Right.
So you should know that. You said they run.
Mm-hmm.
And
also, in the past, we've talked about Africans that pander to this type of movements, and now even some of your, the favorite Pan-Africans, they are also pretty much jumping this bandwagon. Some of them would even, like, it would be shocking about some of the things they are saying. They themselves that are running around Africa trying to collect passports are saying, why are you people running from your country coming here? But you're running to Africa.
You and I we saw all this from the jump, right?
Right.
We have a lot of comedians that when we try to talk to Africans, they don't listen. These people don't make no sense. When they come on YouTube, it's like, this is just, they're trying to waste everybody else's time about those issues. They don't matter in their community. All this Tariq Nasheed and all this Jason Black or whatever, nobody knows them in their neighborhood.
This is true.
They don't know it. None of these people. African immigrant, right? Like, that's what I was trying to tell this guy from New York the other day. You guys know African immigrant than Jason Black and Tariq Nasheed. To be honest with you, you're from Harlem, so immigrant. African immigrant. You can see them. You can see what they add to your community. What about Jason Black and Tariq Nasheed? What do they do for you?
Collect their money from them.
Right. Instead of building with Africans, they're trying to go build with somebody else who feels like they belong to the same lineage. I don't get that. It's like, even us African, they call us tribal, right? Afro-Damas, if you go left and Africans feel like you ain't like, we ain't gonna follow you.
No, absolutely not.
But for them, it's like, let's follow whatever. Let's follow whatever and see where that leads us. It's like, it's scary, bro.
Yeah, you're taking chances on your life, going left with strangers. That doesn't mean I have to take left with you. Hey, you want to take left? Hey, enjoy.
What about if Tariq one day comes out with an African girl, like she's my girlfriend, my wife, or whatever? What would you do?
They will become African. They will become African.
or let's say he goes to Africa and get a passport, what do you do? These people are capable. They don't have no shame in whatever they do, bro. They don't have no shame. They will pull a fast one on you, like you be like, damn, I thought I was. No, that's who they are.
I wouldn't be surprised if Tariq becomes African again.
He will do that, my brother. He will do that. There is chapter to this. There is chapter. He hasn't gotten to that.
Tariq showed his hand by all this childish rhetoric that he's carrying on. He showed that he had no true interest in Africa, especially after he did Hidden Colors 1 through 6 and 18, whatever, with the Haiti one. He showed that he has no interest in Africa except getting money out of the African American pockets to support his ventures, especially the museum that you don't see happening.
Absolutely. We have unique ADOS. Unique ADOS, welcome to the house.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Doing well. Thank you for joining us. So unique ADOS, are you ADOS? You identify
FBA.
with that group, right?
FBA.
All right. What's on your mind?
No, I just want to say that I don't believe that Tariq Nasheed is a scam artist. I just don't believe everything y'all was saying. I don't believe it. Like the Black Caucus, they are immigrants, and they are undermining.
I have a pen and a paper. Let's go by the names. Let's write down the name, man. Let's go. Let's go with the names.
Yeah.
Sheila Jackson, she one of them. I don't know.
Can you give the number out of how many people in the Black
Sheila Jackson, where is she from?
I think she's Jamaican.
Okay.
Where was she born?
Oh, I have no clue about that. But
America. So she's American. Okay, let's go.
Let's go down the list.
Can I talk? Okay, the Black Caucus, they are immigrants. They from I think someone is from the Caribbean and someone is from Africa. They African.
You gave us Sheila Jackson. Who else?
We take the names down. We take the names down today.
Oh, I don't know the names, but I know they not FBA ADOS.
So you're just repeating what you are hearing.
No. Yes.
So you don't know.
So you see what we just spoke about?
Mm-hmm. They're undermining us. They undermine.
Okay, ma'am, you just said you don't know, right? You're just repeating what you heard. You're just repeating what you heard. So here is the members of the Black Caucus, okay? Let me name them for you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I want you guys to get ready for this. Who's got a pen and a paper? St. James, you already have it.
I got mine.
I think I can Google it.
Oh, don't worry. I'll bring it up. Don't worry. In fact, I'll
only
save
8
you guys.
are from the Caribbean or immigrants.
Well, let's share here. Give me a second. I want us all to see who these immigrants are. So you see here. So let's scroll. Eleanor Holmes Norton. She's been serving since 1991. You want to see where she was born, where she's from?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's see. That's her right here. Washington, D.C. Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes announced today she has introduced the combating. Hold on, let's see. About her. About Eleanor right here. So she is in her 15th term from the District of Columbia. So it's safe to say she is what you would identify as quote unquote ADOS, right?
Oh, she's ADOS?
Yes, ma'am. This woman is American.
She's one of my research.
Well, you're looking at her, you know, what they put for you here.
Yes. Okay.
So even just the way she looks tells you she's not an immigrant, okay? We have Maxine Waters. Do you know who Maxine Waters is?
Oh, I know she's born. I know she's American.
She's American.
I
Okay. Hold on. We have Sanford Bishop. Do you know who that is?
yes, I
So
know. No, I don't know who he is.
So, but you believe this is ADOS?
You breaking up.
James Clyburn.
You breaking up.
Can you guys hear me?
You breaking up.
Yeah, I can hear you, man.
Okay, James Clyburn, ADOS. Eddie Bernice Johnson, ADOS. Bobby Rush, ADOS. I mean, these people don't identify as this, but I'm using this term for the sake of, I'll just say Black American. Bobby Scott, Black American. Benny Thompson, Black American. Sheila Jackson, the woman they try to say she's immigrant, but
she is Jamaican. She's Jamaican.
Ma'am, she wasn't born in Jamaica, so she's not Jamaican. She's of Jamaican descent.
Jamaican.
No, she is not. So we have Danny. Hold on. Danny Davis, ADOS. Gregory Mix, ADOS. Barbara Lee.
How do you know?
Ma'am. So are you saying they are not? Because I can click on it just to satisfy you. This man here
no,
is
you don't
even.
I don't trust
this man.
I mean,
this is the official site. So over here, ma'am, this is, the people here. Let's see. All these people, Hakeem Jeffries, these people, none of these people are quote unquote immigrants. Karen Bass, Terry Sewell, Frederica Wilson, all these people, none of these people are not immigrants.
I need to go
Booker,
back in.
None of these people are immigrants. Ladies
Cory
and gentlemen,
Booker is a Cuban. He's Cuban.
Ma'am, Cory Booker is not a Cuban. Cory Booker is from Jersey. Go look at learn, go watch even his documentary.
Yeah, I don't trust your research. So I'm gonna have to do my own research.
Here, the only person, let's see, that is foreign born, okay? Ilhan Omar from Ethiopia. No, from Somalia. Pardon me. Negusi. He wasn't born in Ethiopia, but his parents are immigrants to this country. Ayanna Presley, this is Black American. Underwood, Black American. Kwesi Mfume, Black American. Nikema Williams, Corey Bush, Jamal Bowman, Richie Torres, Madeline Strickland, Warnock. So in the Black caucus, there is only one person, one foreign born in the Black caucus, one, which is Ilhan Omar.
I got to go back and do my research.
Ma'am, this is their website. This is the actual
I will
website.
Go back and look at it. I will go back and look at it.
Okay, well, thank you very much for coming, okay? All right. We have Olimi, thank you for joining us. Oh, Olimi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good evening. Hello.
Hello. What's on your mind, Olimi?
Yeah, I just want to go first. I want to say the girl the sister that just was talking about the Black caucuses.
Yeah.
The problem here is people don't do research. They just listen to people preach and they just take it and run with it.
Mm-hmm.
I was actually disappointed that she had no idea. She said that they were almost all of them at least.
But this is what they are being told. They never even
but that is the
to check.
That is the problem. That is the freaking problem. They're just listeners. They listen, they swallow, and they just run with it. Mm-hmm. They have to research. They have to know what they talk. This is what's gonna happen with people. Like it's so disappointing. Anyways, I hope she does do her research before she comes and talks about anything like that. She should know what she's talking about. The other thing I want to talk about was the program that you just had with the sister. She's right now with us here.
Oh yeah, observing
how
immigrant.
she was being treated. how
Yeah.
she was being treated on the panel. That was really, really disrespectful coming for her husband, and just being so how do I say, so defensive. You understand? I think if people, when they have a discussion, if they cool down and just start listening, and then without emotion responding, that would be much more productive, and it would
Well,
help.
she's not gonna, that Meechi X is not going to.
She was very, very, very emotional. And
Yeah, you
also
don't
this
expect
brother,
her.
something that this brother said also. He said last year there was this American woman who was coming for the Gambian. I remember Black American people were saying, this is harsh love.
Right.
Take a joke, don't be sensitive and stuff like that. I
Mhm.
remember that, and I was really angry about what that woman was saying, because listen, Ferdamos, when they say the Africans are primitive, when they say the Africans live in hot mud and eating wild animals, this is what the
Hyenas.
white people this is what the white
Mhm.
people said before they came and colonized Africa and take
Mhm.
slaves. That's dehumanizing people first. This is the white people's speech that they just run with it.
Oh yeah.
And
Mhm.
that is alone a racism. You understand?
Oh,
When this
yes.
man called Tariq, when he was making these statements, and also taking and starving babies and laughing at them, and dying
It
babies,
just
laughing at
shows.
them from Africa, right?
Mhm.
No, I have not seen any African American or FBA or whatever you call them now, coming out of after him and telling him off. Everybody
It's
was
sad.
quiet. They were laughing. There was silence. It was silence altogether,
The
right?
man is cold
And
as ice.
It was childish.
yeah,
Yeah, he
no,
is
but
as cold as ice.
this, listen, exactly. So
As cold as ice.
this woman that's demanding African has to come and make videos. She should have made videos about him first, laughing at dead babies, and people who having starving, and people who are having oh my God, atrocities, and make fun of that. That is disgusting. And then when you listen to that and you don't react to it, now you're coming and you're saying, why are Africans not coming up and just writing and screaming? I'm Somali. I know what this man said. I actually, last video I watched only whatever you showed. I did not go. I went back to watch the whole thing. It was not good. Absolutely, they were crazy, right? But so what? So was the Tariq? What he was saying was as crazy as what they were saying. You understand? Both racism, both racism. Like this is why Africa was colonized, because they were saying we were uncivilized, less than humans, and
It's
eat
just a
wild animals.
justification.
That's what the white people said, and this is the
Mhm.
racism that's why they came and conquered and did whatever they did to Africa.
The,
Now the Africans are saying, the African kids are saying, well, you are the N word with the R, hard R, right? That is racism. You should not say that. So this is like tit for tat. You understand? I
It's
give you
it's
some of my
it's
post. Yeah,
my poison.
take some of exactly. So
the
It's
it's not
sad
crazy.
good.
Yeah, the sad part is that it's coming from Black Americans in America. American history has been purely vicious against Black Americans. I mean, killing Black children was a sport. So for them to act like, they were not experiencing equal savagery, it's not like Blacks in America were rich. Even when they got money, they were bombed. So it's not like,
Mhm.
Black Americans are rich and then they're looking at African laughing. Most of the hood is not rich. So it's,
No.
they're acting like they are different. If
Do
a
you see
person
that?
lives in a shanty
Yeah,
or a
but
hut, guess what? The bank, they don't own a 30-year mortgage to a bank. It's their
Right.
hut, it's their shanty to call their own. So you can look down and say, oh yeah, these people are
let's
poor. But guess what? They're poor but living freely in their countries.
but we have to be honest to each other. Let's take a minute and say, in America right now, everything that white man has, we just take it away and move it to Iceland. The military, the banking, the system, everything we take it away that white man have. What is there than the black people have there? The Black Americans are living under the system of the white men. These are white men who built this system. The banking owned by the white men, the system, the military owned by the white men. Everything is owned by the. They take the benefit. They're benefiting from that, of course. But to come after for Africans, and I don't mind. They can come for Africans. I don't have any. But you know what I find tasteless is when you take a starving child and you laugh at that. That is tasteless. And when when
people
you make
thought
a joke,
they thought
when you
he
make
was funny.
joke, yeah, no, exactly. When you make a joke, people who have droughts that did not, it's not their fault that did not rain for 4 years on their land. It's not their fault. And now you're sitting in your big diabetic ass down and making fun of them. It's all about food, food, food. You don't have food. You eat too much food. Cool down with that. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
So
I'm
it's
gonna
very
put you
tasteless.
guys. I'm gonna put you guys back here and bring
Okay.
a couple more. Just hang tight, okay?
No
We
problem.
got hang tight, guys. All right. We have Dishi Shawawi. Thank you for calling in.
Hello, hello.
Dishi Shawawi, where you calling from?
I'm calling from Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia. So are you African?
Yeah, man. Somali.
From Somali. Thank you for calling in. What do you think about this Afrophobic, rhetoric coming from people that identify as ADOS, FBA?
Yeah. So regarding that, I just want to say that you see these so-called Black Americans, they have no connection or relation to Africa. I still don't get from the get-go why they're speaking about Africans. So at the end of the day, they're not Africans. They have no relation or connection to Africa. So it don't matter what they say about Africans, to be honest. They can roast Africans or whatever, but they're not Africans. That's all I'm gonna say.
Well, thank you, Dashiwe. We have Elijah. Elijah, thank you for calling in. Where you calling from?
Oh shit.
Elijah,
Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. Where you
Yeah,
calling
so I
from?
was actually getting ready to make a Uber Eats delivery.
Okay.
But
I can let you.
wait. But I am American. I am
Where you calling from?
I'm calling from Denver, Colorado.
All right. What's on your mind?
Listen, bro, it's interesting. I live in Denver, Colorado. There's a lot of Ethiopians, Tigrayans, Eritreans out here. I just don't think y'all quite. Everything that y'all think we can't do, we already did it in this country. 1865, we helped fight for our freedom. 250,000 of our direct ancestors fought in the Civil War. We had 100 years of apartheid, essentially till 19.
We're talking about right now.
Okay,
what is
well,
happening?
okay,
I've already done that program. What happened in the history, but because of time, if you can just tackle this the topic here. So
okay, and the topic is okay. What do you consider the topic right now? Because I've kind of heard a little kind of back and forth a little bit.
Oh, so you didn't hear all of it?
No. I just came in, but I started.
Okay, let me put you backstage because you're not with the program right now. If you can rewind it, we'll get you in. Tribal African, thank you for calling in.
Yeah. Thank you for having me. Well, yeah, I just wanna say something about the Somalian guy that came and said these people are not Africans. Well, they are. Yeah, Africans just as any other Africans. They have the same right if they want. But that is not the thing I'm gonna say. I'm just gonna play a little bit of the devil's advocate today. Well, we all know that these people don't have the power to change anything. All what they can do is to spill hate and do shaming tactics. That's what they can do. So I just want that we get some facts for what they're saying. I don't think when they say you go build your country, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think we should take that as a challenge, and try to see how we can invest our time in our own various countries. Because sometimes they say these things that it really hurts, but at the same time, you think, yeah, But why am
Yeah,
I not?
but that's not the argument here. Nobody ever argue about, people saying, build Africa. I talk about this. Everybody, that's not the talking point here. The talking point is, how did we move from saying build your country? Nobody's getting mad at that, to where it changed into this
Yeah,
racial
I think
rhetoric.
yeah, I know what's going on. The problem is, I watched one of these guys trying to, they call him the black, I think the black authority. He was
Right.
first, he was into this ADOF African school. I think he's come to his senses, and how he said, yeah, we are the ones who messed up. The civil rights, you said it before, the civil rights generation, we're not fighting to gain power, we're fighting to be like white people. We just wanted to go to white people's club, white people's swimming pool, date white women. That
But
was
you
what
see,
we're fighting for. So
tribal African, every man, right, will fight for what they need. And for me, you or anybody outside, like, I cannot tell those people what their priorities were, because I didn't live
yeah,
back then.
good.
So
That's
the
that
humans would always just fight for what's in their best interest. So
good.
those people, if that's what was in their best interest, that's fine. That has
Yeah,
nothing to do with
I understand.
what's
So I'm
going on.
just trying to say they don't need to blame Africans. If Africans are coming out and trying to fight to get economic power, it's not African people's fault. They had all the power, they had all the time to do everything, but they chose not to do that. They wanted to integrate. So you can get your integration, and we're trying to get economic power and better ourselves. That's just what I wanted to say.
Thank you, tribal African. Thank you. We have Dr. K. Dr. K, thank you for calling in. What's on your mind?
Yeah, so let me ask you, how many of these people out here talking about ADOS and empowering ADOS actually are having lobby groups, youth-centered political movements to actually try to get reparations out? I will say I've seen all these channels.
Are
Very,
you
very
talking
few.
about, well, we're talking about
This
Meechi
particular,
X here, because
right? Her specific.
empowering ADOS is actual, like, American. Her father did not immigrate here from Poland, but this woman here is an immigrant
Right.
herself. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm never gonna go on that point because it's already been said too much. I mean, this is someone facing identity problems. She wants to
Crisis.
feel connected, and to be honest, a lot of mixed people have this issue. They feel like they have to go extra mile in order to sort of be accepted as black. So they feel like they have to be more militant, say more of the crazy stuff against things. She was arguing with that other woman earlier, and the woman wasn't even arguing against her. That's the madness. The woman is
Right.
saying, "I agree with you," and she's
Mhm.
trying to create an argument that doesn't exist. This is just a case of mental illness, cascaded as fighting for so-called Black Americans. When if you go through African logic, you are what your father is. Now, if her father is Polish, she's Polish. She's not even
Thank you.
African American by that
Yes.
kind of logic. So
Well, that logic is what makes sense. But
right.
hey,
So let me ask you a question. So Afrodamas is with a lot of these people is let's use her as a perfect example. With Black people, we tend to, and I'm going to include the rest of us in other parts of the diaspora, we accept people who tell us that we are right about our feelings. The woman who came on earlier, the one
emotion.
the one who had that South Sudanese woman as a profile photo, what she was saying is facts. So, for example, let's say someone tells us how we feel, like this whole Black American thing. A lot of them claim that they're Native Americans. I spoke to them. They actually claim they're not Black Native Americans who are there from Senegal, during the the Kingdom of Mali, when the great Mansa Musa sent off some legions across to discover parts of the world. No. They're not talking about Africans. They actually say they are Native Americans, as in
Oh,
those
I know,
Indian
but Keizo,
That's mental illness.
Dr. K, how did you just saw me show the woman that called in who claimed that the Black caucus is immigrants. You saw me pull up those people's official website and showed it to her that there's only one African born among them. So did her reaction, did you see her denial?
Yeah. It's It's a mental illness, brother. The reason why is this: is you can give them evidence. You could talk about I forgot what's her name, that Somali woman. There's a Barack Obama. You can show them all of these sort of people, and they will say, well, they will only go with their emotions. These people are mentally disturbed, most of them, and that's why they're pushing this. That's why I made that argument before. I said, if you look at most of these channels, they're not lobbying against the white Americans to try to get reparations. That's not what the channel focuses on. The channel focuses on the fear that the Africans will also get a piece of the pie.
No,
So
there is no fear. Look, I know if logically the black people that have logic and know how the laws work, they know even if they say reparation, they're not about to give it. It's not for foreign blacks. No foreign black person thinks that way. So I don't know, but it's just, a talking point for the race hustlers. That's just what it is. Thank you, guys. I'll put you back here and bring Mimi. Mimi, thank you for calling in. What's on your mind?
Thank you for having me, Afrodamus. I saw Meechi on
Meechi
photo.
X.
I'm one of the people that watch Meechi, and I only watch Meechi because of the laughs. If you watch Meechi because of the laugh,
she's entertaining.
She's very entertaining. If you watch Meechi, you will know that Meechi is not mentally stable.
Right, I could see that here now.
You know that.
Identity crisis.
Whatever she talk about Africa or anything, I don't get offense of it.
Oh no, I'm not offended. I'm just here to show the Africans who take these talking points serious, to see exactly what is happening here.
I saw that video that she made about the Africans, but I haven't watched it because during that time I don't have the energy. I'm like, not today. I'm not even watching this.
Well, you are in luck today. You are in. I say you are in luck.
Yeah, I'm like, not today, Meechi. I'm not even gonna watch this. But every now and then, she will throw some blows to the Africans, and I laugh about it. But I think she got whatever postpartum depression or whatever it is. And Meechi's dad is not even American.
That's what I just said. He's from Poland.
Yeah, exactly. And then sometimes the African Americans will come and say, your dad is not even ADOS. You cannot have reparation. I think that hurts her all the time. She will be insulting them,
Oh, they do tell her she cannot get reparation.
Some of them will come and attack her and tell her that, and she doesn't like it. I think she want to belong so bad because of that too. So she will do all this nonsense. But then again, like I said, I don't take these people seriously. None of these people that have ADOS or FBA or all that, I don't take them seriously. I just watch them for the laughs. That's it. Because look at that girl that just came and be like, oh, all of them are immigrants. And she hasn't even done her research. How can you just say that without doing any research?
It's wild. Like this here, for example, here's a guy who claimed to be Pan-Africanist, right? He talks like he knows what he's talking about, but the man doesn't even know where Kwame Nkrumah is from. He claims Kwame Nkrumah fought and learned how to free his country from Black America. But Kwame Nkrumah was literally a Marxist. Go look at the people he admired.
Nothing surprises me when it comes to them, because if you watch some of their platforms, the things that they say, you'll be like, oh my God, like, you're lying. And most of them, like you said, they just listen to the Tariq Nasheed.
Hold on. Let me show you. 1 second here. See?
And whatever they tell them, they
we also pushed for the immigration bill that wasn't letting Africans in. So
there was never a time Africans were not being let in. If they go by quarters, they increased it, but that has nothing to do with civil rights. What's a civil right have to do with immigration? People, imagine a South African who was in apartheid telling people that while they were in apartheid, they were fighting to free other people in other countries, while they themselves are under the boots of the Boers. You would say that's ridiculous, that's crazy. So it's the same thing here. If you saying You were under Jim Crow laws. You weren't free. And then you turn around and make opposite argument in the same breath that you did all these things to free other people when you couldn't even free yourself. That doesn't make sense. Let me put you back.
Do they know that the Africans that came here in like maybe they were like students that came here. So it's not like the civil rights movement bring them here. White people bring them here.
Oh, I know. They don't know, like, people pay money to come here.
They said, oh, we the civil rights movement fight for you guys. No, it wasn't like that at all.
It's the immigration laws.
I'm downplaying what Martin Luther King and all of them do. Because
but that has nothing to do with immigration. It has everything to do with, free,
I have respect for all of them.
Of course, you should, because if, like anywhere there's Black liberation, people stood up. People should, definitely respect his work, for sure. But thank you, Mimi. I'll put you back here and bring St. James real quick. Okay. Oh, hold on. St. James, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, man. I have a question for you, man. Why these I know this guy, man. I've seen him before, man. Why those guys always avoid your channel, man? Why they don't they keep repeating the same thing, but they don't come on your channel?
They should come and have this conversation.
Just dropped out when you went down to the list. You see, that's the only way we debate those people.
Right.
You don't spend no time going back and forth. You know that they listen to other people and they repeat it and make it true for them.
Yeah, she has no idea what she's talking about. Everybody that's watching here have clearly seen how it took me just one click to destroy her whole narrative. But it's just
I was even about to give her 5 names, being an African, 5 names of Black caucus members, 5 names that I know out of off the top of my head. Like
she doesn't even know. She doesn't even know. She doesn't even know the people representing her. How are you going to even fight for anything? You don't even know the people that are supposed to represent you.
That's very shameful. Very shameful. And the immigrants are being blamed for things. Like you have to come and debate those people, and they don't even have the facts with them. They don't even do the research, like Mimi said, and the Somali lady said. They don't do no research. It's like sitting on YouTube and listening to someone and be like, yeah. Come on now.
But listen to how lost this guy is.
Up passing that, and that's when you start sitting when the coast was clear and they wasn't hanging us as much no more, and water hosing us, a lot of them started to come through. Now the thing is, we have a lot of the ones what usually Tariq say and what I heard you say, the ones that's on our side, because we're not against them. The problem that we have is these tethers that come through today that we see that come out and speak out against us, that's diametrically opposed to the struggle that we're speaking about, and they come here and they undermine it. But when you go to West Africa, you hear a lot of them talk about tribalism, like their enemy was other Black people because there wasn't a lot of white people there. But they know what France did to their country. They know their story. They know why they speak French. They know about colonization. So when they come here, it's a different type of colonization, but they know nonetheless is a reason why they had to come to America and leave Africa where all the resources is at. But what a lot of them today, because this is not all of them, what a lot of them do today is they rather side with the enemy than stand with their own people and us and fight against the system. Because when they come here, they're not trying to go back home. They come here and find a comfortable spot in white supremacy.
St. James, what do you want to say to that? And then I'll let observing immigrant also respond to this.
Okay.
Apparently,
I guess African kind of learn a lot from Black Americans, but when we came here, you guys loved white people. You guys moved in white neighborhood. You guys dated white women. You guys did everything white over here in America. So I guess we are good students. That's all I can say. Because everything you mentioned, they did it before us. Why are you complaining? Why are you complaining? Look at the sports. Look at the sport. Look at the entertainment. Look at music industry. White everywhere. So don't sit here and talk about when they come here they go to. Come on now, that's redundant. That's very redundant, bro. I know this guy, man. That's what he does every day. That's what he does every day. Yeah, I know him. He goes everywhere, talk about Africa. He's in Philly. Them Africans in Philly don't give a damn about you, bro. They have their own. They open businesses in your neighborhood. They don't care whether you come or you don't come. That's what is this, bro?
It's wild.
The people in the East Coast, man. I'm ashamed of these people in the East Coast because they're supposed to know Africans because we have a lot of Africans community on the East Coast, man. This is not how they move. Every time this guy from Philly, Jersey, New York, when they come on this YouTube, man, they I'm ashamed, bro. Like, yo, seriously?
Yeah, this is crazy. Observing
you barely talk to someone on the East Coast. I live in New York. No one speak to you.
Right.
You don't even have the time to hang with someone. So how the hell you find the time to see all these issues that come from the Black African immigrant community? Something's up, man. Something's up.
Yeah, it's crazy. So observing immigrant,
Yes.
what do you want to say to what he said there?
The irony of the situation is that both of them, they use the word feathers to describe Black people, immigrants, but both of them would be considered tethers because her father is a Polish immigrant. So when he had her, she became a tether to America. And the other guy has said his mother is Cuban. And
this is becoming weird.
Huh?
These people are racist. These people that are coming from these backgrounds that hate Africans, they are hiding in Black clothing to show their Afrophobia. This is because I didn't even know he's part Cuban.
Yeah, he said his mother is Cuban. Yeah.
No, we Africans, are you seeing this? Do not allow other immigrants to say these things to you without you responding.
Do you know what he was doing in his early days? Do you know what he was doing? He was a gangbanger. He was on the street. That's what he said. We don't come from that life, bro.
Exactly. Most of us come from countries where we were educated, and then we come here and focus on working and business and having families.
Exactly.
While he was busy selling what he was selling to the Black community, now he's a savior of Black America. My behind, bro. My behind.
It's crazy. We have
if we had that kind of trade in Africa, we wouldn't be here. If we had to sell the things that he was selling to his people, we wouldn't come here. We would stay home and sell it.
This is true. Ashanti Warrior, thank you for calling. And where you calling from?
Hey, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Where you calling from?
Yes, sir. AfriphobiaNews. How you doing, man? What's going on, panel? So, hey, I called last time. Not Kofi, remember? I had to change my name now.
Oh, Kofi. Okay. Hey, Kofi, thank you for calling in, Kofi.
What's going on, bro? So here's the thing, right?
Right.
See a pattern. It's a pattern going on right now. And I think that they disenfranchised part or the French group. It's not just all Black Americans, because I have a whole bunch of Black American friends. None of them think like these goofy scumballs, right? So you have a lot of people who are really uneducated, right? And they have pretty much failed. They have failed. They're in their 20s. They're about to go in their 30s. Some in their 30s, 40s. They haven't really got anything going on, right? So it's easier for them to just go out and have this type of. They look at themselves and they look at themselves like we are failures. So they kind of like set up a straw man. They're trying to grab straws to anything that will give them money, right? That's why you see all these wobbles now. They're not even talking about, Africans. They're talking about, getting some type of reparations, trying to disclaim the indigenous, aboriginal. But I digress. Let me come back to Meechi. Remember when she was beefing with Tariq Nasheed?
I remember that. I remember that. She called Tariq a scam.
She's a scumbag. I mean, that lady, I remember, like, she got nothing going on, her son, and I'm not even gonna go there with her family. but she's just catching on to it. Like if you look at her YouTube page, look at the other videos that she has already made. She, you know, this particular one that she made, man, she rocking like, I'm not, you know, something like 20 grand, 20,000, right? 20K.
Yeah,
So
but
there's
think
a
about
pattern going on. These messages are selling, you know, thanks to people like Jason Black, you know, Tariq Nasheed, and, you know, Tone Talks, you know, Yvette Carnell. That's the whole thing. They see the bad. Because if you look at the history, it started with the ADOS, and Tariq went in there, wanted to be part of it.
with the FBA.
Yeah, and then they kicked him out, and then he came back. He saw where the money was going, right? He was.
No, I think he left. He was just, he's like a parasite.
Oh, he's more than a parasite, bro.
Yeah,
He's
he came there.
that,
He split the group. So he
and
can,
then he talking about I have been all over Africa, dude. You only been to Zimbabwe and South Africa, but the people are so dumb. The people that follow, it's like a cult at this point, right? It's like a whole bunch of cult. He says some ridiculous things, and all they do is like, you know, they just shaking their head. They're not really having any rational, like, you know, very productive conversation, because everything is based out of emotions, right? It's all about money. So here's the thing. I was you know, I was on Brandon's you know, site, and I've been having problems with these people. You know, Brandon is cool, and you know, people like, you know, Nakmizi, you know, all these people, guys, do not let them run you over, man. Like, the whole thing is, I'm here to say that these people, that when they see you starting getting weak in your argument, all they do is get emotional and they start cussing around.
Right.
You know, I don't see, my whole thing is, don't show weakness to these people. And then they have all these talking. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say that, you know, a lot of these people are good. I'm not trying to, you know, paint them with, you know, same broad, because I have really good, you know, Black American friends. But these French group, people say, oh, it's, you know, they're cool. It's not. It is getting to the point where it's going to get dangerous, right?
Oh, I know.
It's going to get to the point where, you know, the ignorant one's going to go out there, and then it's going to reflect in how they behave towards Africans. So all these talk like, oh, let's just, you know, tap on the wrist and all that. We have to be serious. We have to be vocal. Right. You know what I mean? We're supposed to work together, but if they bring in the heat, now I'm not saying we should all go out there, but we shouldn't just capitulate and have these people roll in and start talking about you flee. You know what I'm saying? How many people actually flew from Africa to America? You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of people, it's like the whole thing, right? If you go to Europe, you see a whole lot of Americans, usually Australians. You're never gonna get English. Oh, you flew, you flee from your country in Australia or America. Why people don't do that?
Yeah, well, even
they are so
even
insecure
here,
that they're scared of us.
Well,
you know
what about the Chinese? Like, there's
exactly.
There's
Japanese, look at the Chinese,
there's...
and if you go to Silicon Valley, you go to, like I said the other time, you know, Africanists, you go to Philadelphia Children's Hospital, right? 80% of the doctors are either Asian, like Asian or former Southeastern Asian, or Chinese, or, you know, all the other variety of it. But these people are cowards, man. They don't even go out to the people that are facing a real competition. African immigrants make only 1% of the entire immigration group in America, right?
It's a
we're not even nowhere. Like African Caribbean, I'm not even saying African. We are insignificant in whatever fight. Now, if you look at it, if we come together and then we fight together, we're going to increase our numbers. Like the kids that we're born here, my kids are like 28 over here, right? My kids, their philosophy is just back and forth. These people, fundamentally, their brain is all African American, right? That's the culture they know. So if you embrace these people, they're just gonna be they're just gonna blend in, and we are gonna be one. But these people, obviously, they think some type of reparation money, so they trying to disaggregate themselves from. But you know, all I gotta say, man, is just that, you know, these people are confused bunch of fools, man. They are a bunch of fools.
You've said it well, man.
You know,
let's allow.
They're just crazy people, man. We should just be steadfast, and I mean, you know, we loving people. You know, like I said, we all have African American friends. I'm not all of them. I'm gonna caveat that. Not all of them are crazy. You know what I'm saying? But Meechi and all those people, man. You know, these people are ignorant. You know, school dropout. You know, Tariq Nasheed scanned them $2 million, but I ain't see nobody going there and say, "Hey, what happened to the museum?" You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I mean, this guy's on record saying he's building something in Haiti. And you know, he doesn't have anything to prove for. You know, he doesn't have anything to show for. But they just follow him because he's saying what they want to hear. So it's just some type of sickness at this point. It's a cult and a sickness at the same time. So, bro,
He's a
man,
smooth
let's
criminal.
just
He is
ignore
a
these
very
fools, man.
smooth criminal.
Oh, that's
Look,
all they mean.
he is. Yes, he is very smooth criminal. This man. Let me tell you. First, he went to Asia, make his money from that, and then went to Africa and make this Pan-Africanist money from that, and now he's making money from this ADOS, FBA kind of thingy. He already made. I think he collected $2 million for this imaginary museum. We don't know when that's gonna be built,
Oh,
but
he
he
ain't
is
gonna build.
definitely. You know what I've read. He said when the Haitians were being kicked out from the border, he had tweeted. I was looking at this tweet. He tweeted he doesn't trust any immigrants. No one. There's no exception. To him, no exception.
The guy is a
Yeah.
racist.
Yeah, at this
That
point,
is
it's
so
xenophobia, right?
disgusting.
Meechi X is
No
xenophobic. They're
exception,
coming
he
up with
said.
this crazy xenophobic rhetoric, and that's where it might spill over, you know, because if you look at how things start, right, it takes the ignorant ones to start, you know, the foot soldiers, and they start with these crazy people, they drop out, people who can't really reason for themselves, and these are the people who are basically his audience, you know.
Right.
You don't see
saw
a
the
whole lot
lady.
of African American who's got something going on having time for Tyree. Now
Well,
they
of
even
course
like
not.
they don't take him serious. They don't take Tone Talk serious. They don't take Bert Cornell serious.
I
Because
know.
they're gonna be fighting amongst themselves. Now, did you know that in matter of fact, Break what's in her story, Yvette Cornell came on her YouTube and started saying, "Hey, we not xenophobic. Oh, my followers, if you're going against us, that's not what we all about." Because he's getting scared. She's getting really scared now because the powers that be are beginning to, you know, try to talk to her and say, if you want something, this is not how you go about trying to get it. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, she's just getting scared now. She's trying to tone it down a little bit. The same thing is going to happen with Tyree. But Tyree is going to find a way to circle back to Pan-Africanism like, you know, he was supposedly.
Well, good luck to him on that. I want to
coming
play,
back, you know.
Yeah, thank you, Ashanti Warrior.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you for coming. I'm gonna St. James, I want to play this a little bit so you can hear this part here. It was remember about the African pandas, right?
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay, here's another one, a Congolese one. I want you guys to hear this. A Congolese African panda. You guys shouldn't be surprised at all.
Not over, bitch. We got another round to go. Put some fucking respect on our name. Cause you niggas ain't sacrificed like that where the fuck you come from. So shut the fuck up.
Africans, are you hearing this? But let's let it continue.
Now you can let the next caller on.
Okay.
Whoa. Hi, me.
So, Africans, listen to this conversation.
Okay.
This is the type of embarrassment you guys bring to.
Do I need to get some pills, man? Do I need to get some pills? Because
just listen. You might need pills, St. James. You might.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. First of all, I'm a huge fan. I love everything that you do. In my journey to figure out my identity as a Black woman, you definitely played a major role. So shout out to you. And I'm definitely putting respect on African American people's name, period.
So she's copying the stereotype, talking with clapping your hands.
Yeah, she should not. She should not. She's not allowed to do that.
I know. So this is the type of stuff they talk about. The Africans. The African. Here comes an African, about, this to coon here. Let's watch.
I just want to say, as an immigrant, I think maybe I'm a little different. I can't relate to anything that lady spoke up there.
Okay.
But I've heard her rhetoric a lot. So
observing immigrant, what do you want to say to that? Where she's even just beginning with you.
I'm not bothered. She's younger, and I don't know what her experience was, so I couldn't listen to her whole interview anyway.
Let's hear a little bit of. Tanabi, you said use your YouTube for positive. What am I doing here that's wrong? That's what we're doing. We're learning, okay?
I was born in Africa. I'm what you would call well, growing up they called me a mutt. So I'm West African and Central. My parents didn't come from the same country.
Okay. So you guys already see the pattern. She's trying to mimic to
Okay, she
classify
said West
herself.
Africa. Which part of West Africa? West and Central. It's two different places.
Yeah, so she's about to tell us which Central African country, and I'm sure you won't be surprised.
So that's interesting. So you when you come from different places, you guys are considered mixed in the mud like me in America?
Yes, because
Okay.
I came
That's
from like
interesting.
one. Yeah, because I'm Nigerian, Malian, and Congolese. So you're talking.
St. James. So she's
There you
Malian.
got it. There you go. There you go. There you go. Yeah, I knew that part was gonna be in there.
Did you see what's happening here?
Yeah, I see. I see.
Okay, but let's let
pattern
her.
doesn't lie.
Let's let her tell us her mixture. So she's mixed like Meechi X. So they have something in common, according to her, right? So identity crisis, maybe. Let's let her go.
About not only a Muslim side and a Christian side. They didn't get along, but there's a language difference, there's a culture difference. So I've been called a mutt my entire life.
Okay.
But I want to say that you are right, and this conversation is much needed. And I think a lot of I'm gonna respectfully tell my immigrant African folks to sit down and just listen. I think
St. James, this is for you. You take this one.
So man, look.
Oh my God.
So they want to tell us what to do, right? Like I'm Nigerian, so you guys have to sit and listen. So when do we speak? We have been doing that for the longest, like listening. How long? When are we gonna talk?
So St. James, this woman here, she's a 25-year-old who hasn't even lived in this country for long. She wants us to shut up and listen to her.
She's very confused, man. It's not gonna happen. Maybe she need to talk to her little bros. I don't know. But for us, man, it's time for us to speak, man.
I mean, she can make her point without saying need to sit down. I mean, that's kind of ridiculous. I mean, she's young, like you're right, Afro-Danish. She's young. She's got a whole lot of learning to do.
No, but here's the thing. That's why we gotta push back on this type of talking points. When people say stupid stuff, it don't matter. You could be 5, but when you say stupid stuff, we will have to call it a stupid, a stupid talking point. Just because she's confused doesn't mean she has to speak on our behalf to, if she wants to say this, she can go talk to her Nigerian people and Congolese people. Don't tell other immigrants what to say. So she's acting like Meechi. They are all as fake as $3 bills.
I've had the privilege to live between both worlds, right? Being raised in Africa, I came here around 11, 12 years old, and the rest of it has been here, and I'm only 25. So I'm young, and I'm a baby, but I'm going to speak on the little experience that I have. And one thing I'm going to say is it is true. The stereotypes that you hear, I grew up hearing it. And when I was getting ready to come here to America, the first thing I was told is make sure you're not hanging around African Americans. They're not smart. They live in the hood. So, of course,
So this is
now you see.
Damn.
She said African immigrant need to sit back and listen, right? Now she got us all in the same predicament. Like all our parents told us the same thing, right?
Right.
You see where she's misleading. She's misleading the audience. Like we were told the same thing, which is false. Which is very false.
Yeah, I'm from the Caribbean. I never heard that.
I never heard this either, but
maybe they just took her from somewhere and said, "Hey, act like you are one of them," because this doesn't make any sense. Like every African
but you know which
say that. It's crazy, yeah.
She's young.
She's lying. No, she's 25. She's lying.
But she looked like somebody who's been bullied.
Besides, she's 25 years old. She's not young. She's a woman.
She's not young. I know. She's a full-grown woman. Yeah, 25.
She said she's a baby. For God's sake, she's not a baby. She's a
That's
grown
what
woman.
See, and the problem is when people start talking like this, they will take it collectively and run with it. You know
But
what
I
I'm
think
saying?
it's my
So I heard somebody saying, "Oh, they calling us a cat, a cat." I'm like, Africa
Look,
has like 54 countries, right?
no,
And I
but
never like I heard that. So he said, "Oh,
Ashanti,
Africans call it that."
but
I said,
Ashanti,
bullshit
anybody,
is that?
Ashanti, if you're traveling, it makes sense for parents to say, don't hang out with the bad crowd. They're not gonna pick a group, you know. So whatever, whoever that happen to be that bad crowd, even in Africa, when you live there, I'm African. There are some kids they will tell you don't hang out with. Is it because of their ethnicity or because of their behavior? That's what makes sense.
Look, I don't even live in America, okay? But I can just see when lies come to my face. This is totally like, because every one of them are saying that, oh, African parents say this is a lie. It's like I can see it. I'm a grown woman. I can see when I can smell lies, and this is pure lie. This woman is lying, and she's not a child. She's a
Yeah, she's
grown
lying.
woman.
She's
Yeah,
lying.
she's
Yeah.
lying.
Nobody told her
The sad
anything.
part
She's
is
lying.
that African Americans leave living among each other to run to the white suburbs as soon as they get 2 cents to rub together.
That's
You know?
correct.
So
That's fact.
they can be pointing fingers when they again showed us immigrants the steps that they take.
This
I
is
want
That's
to
true.
facts.
me, I'm married to African American, and I never have any of my family going against it. Instead, they really, really like him. I mean,
Yeah.
it depends what kind of person you are. If they see that a person is responsible and then I'm on the same level with him, why are they gonna tell me that don't marry this man because he's African American? That don't
Yeah.
even.
Yeah. Let's not even try to rationalize this
Yeah,
because she's
that's
blatantly lying.
she's
She's just
lying.
lying.
And unfortunately, some of the women that I see saying this, these are mostly somehow Nigerian. I don't know why they say this. Maybe they're the ones that say this to their children, but I've never said that to my son. My son,
But you know what though? I
he
think
has friends who are black.
Africans, a lot of them don't know that we don't do that, right? I've been working a lot with African Americans for the longest. I mean, if you anyone know Philadelphia, the charter school services, me, Ivan, and lady called Lady Spell, we started that whole, we put a whole lot of our money into it. We've been working, like, from Flagstaff, Magnesium, from Flatbush. This is all these things coming out now. It's shocking to me. Because when in the earlier days, in the early 90s, right, everything was we were working together. You couldn't differentiate. Of course, we had
Ashanti,
a little.
But Ashanti, you live in New York, right?
Yeah. I
Okay.
live in New York now. I live in Texas right now.
When I first I lived in New York before, in the Bronx, White Plain.
Yeah,
And,
I was in Flatbush.
Yeah, back then
Ocean,
there were lots of drug dealers there. Okay, I don't need my parent or anyone to tell me about not hanging out with drug dealers or being a part of them. I don't need that to be told to me. These are things, either whether the drug dealer is white, black, blue, or green. It's not about their skin color, it's the activity. If you're not into that, you just don't hang out with those people. It has nothing to do with their race. But this woman here is lying. Let's hear her say a little bit. But before we get there, let me see LJ. LJ, what do you have to say? LJ, can you hear me?
Oh, you Elijah? Or you talking to me?
Sorry, Elijah. Elijah, where you calling from?
How are you? I'm calling from Denver, Colorado.
Oh, you're the one that called earlier. So
I mean, if you want to speak, I'll speak. If not, bro, I don't have to speak. It's just interesting, though.
No, I know. At first, you said you didn't get, you didn't quite get the topic, but
well,
I'm
no,
guessing...
I got the topic. I mean, I've been listening to it. I think this is bigger than like even probably what y'all realize it is, because I don't quite understand. The original question was that Tariq posed to everyone was, what is the benefit for Black Americans, especially if you know our history, for immigration?
Yeah, but that's not what we are talking about.
I hear what you're talking about, but what I'm saying is that
I have no problem. Hold on. That's not the problem here. I have no problem with him talking about that. Like, no issue. Like, there's no issue in that here. Yeah.
Okay.
That no issue. We're talking about everybody jumping on the bandwagon, making it seem like there's no more white supremacy is Africans. And you have someone like Meechi X, whose father is an immigrant herself, white person from Eastern European country, for her to be speaking in your name, the group's name, to say these things to quote unquote immigrants.
Okay, and see, that's another thing that you don't quite understand. Listen, we are a group of people who, if you, even though I don't agree with a lot of what Meechi says, with our culture, if you are black and you marry, that's the only reason Obama was elected. Trust me, Obama would not have been elected unless he had a black American woman. He wouldn't, trust me. He could have had an Asian woman. He could have had Kamala Harris could have been his wife. He would have not been elected. I know my people. Why do you say things like that? I know my people.
This is not an argument. Obama already got elected twice. He's not. So we don't know. You know, I mean, it turned out when he was coming to run, he already had a black wife. So we don't know what would have happened. We can only speculate. We would be here till next year. We would never get that answer. So that's why let's stick with the topic here about so Meechi X is Meechi X, right?
Okay.
Her father is from Poland. And it's a white man.
Okay.
So
she shouldn't be able to speak. Well, okay,
this is America. Hold on. She can say whatever she wants. That's why we're responding.
Y'all don't really have a logic, though. Y'all don't really have a logic when you speak, because just that right there alone tells me you don't know our culture. I'm not trying to run over you and just say some boo-boo, whatever. I'm saying in our culture, if your mama is Michelle Obama and she does go out and decide to marry a white man from Poland, she's a nigga. She's still black. But she does have the little things that y'all were talking about that go back and forth, that comes with being white and black mixed in this country. But we accept you. It just is what it is. You're talking to a person who descends from slaves in the country. I'm telling you, that's how we've been way before y'all got here. She's black to us.
Okay, to you. So now, again, she might be black to you guys.
Okay.
And I've said it, you missed the beginning of the show. So I said, black in America is created by white people. That's why anybody can become black. Anyone like her. This is true. Who created really?
It's not true.
So where did you get your culture from?
We got
this culture of identifying people like Meechi X to say they are white, they are black like you. In Africa, it's not this way. So tell me where you got who came up with the one drop rule?
Okay, what I'm saying is that if you have, and this kind of describes how we are just overall.
No, but just tell me
we're always going to protect the babies. We're always going to protect the babies.
Hold on, who came up with the one drop rule for black people?
Okay, they came up with the one drop rule, but the fact still remains. The fact still remains is that.
So that's why. Hold on. This is why this race thing only is in America. It doesn't make sense in human interactions or other places.
But you're being cheeky because.
The white people came up with black. That's what I'm trying to tell you here. Black people did not call themselves black in America. White people called them that. That's what I'm telling you.
But what I'm saying is that, that's okay. So what about all the mixed kids? What about all the mixed kids in South Africa?
They are mixed. That's what they call them.
But at the end of the day. What about all the mixed kids in Puerto Rico? What about all the mixed kids in Cuba?
They are all mixed. That's what they call them.
I'm saying in this part of the world is different.
Well, I know that, but that doesn't mean
Puerto
that
Ricans,
makes.
they're Puerto Ricans who look like you, bro, who don't consider themselves black because they might have a little mixture from some Spaniard somewhere.
Well, we
what
in
I'm saying
Africa,
is
we don't call ourselves black. Black is a white creation. We are
okay,
not
but what
black.
I'm saying, you're not in Africa.
Well,
you're in America, the United States of America. That's what we do. That's what we've done to survive here.
Well, I'm not stopping you. You can continue to do that. You understand this. I'm not stopping you. I'm not against
and
you.
that's fine. But like it's like you're making arguments. This is what Tariq says. You're making straw man arguments. So now we're actually off the actual topic that we could have got
I'm
some
telling
things
you.
done.
Wait,
because
I'm telling you.
You want to seem like you're just smarter than us. Why do y'all always start talking about education? Who's more educated than Black Americans?
Sir, this topic is not about education. Let's stick with the topic.
Okay, so tell me once again what the topic is so I can actually answer, because y'all don't like people answering questions, clearly.
Okay.
What is the topic again?
Afrodamos.
Yeah.
I mean, the topic is, and obviously about Tariq Nasheed being a xenophobic and racist against the African people or people that is from the Caribbean. So anybody who is not FBA, he is just pure racist. He's spewing hate. And that is what really the topic is.
It's not going to go anywhere. That is just ridiculous. And this is why you're getting clowned so much. You're not going to win a fight when you can't answer the question he gave.
We're not in a fight. You see, that's where you're wrong. You keep saying, even coming from a grown man thinking, this is why you're not going to win. This is not a win-lose thing. This is about the truth. Nobody is stopping you. We're not stopping you from identifying as black.
And no one said that you were. What we were saying.
Then why you even bringing that up?
You're not the only immigrants, though. You act like it was about you. He never said. But when y'all start chirping in, then he start calling you on your bullshit.
Elijah,
y'all do
he said black immigrants.
Elijah, he said black immigrants. And they
originally he said what the original question he had.
But that's not, I already told you that's not the issue here. The issue is we're talking about Meechi X. Sir, you're wasting my time. Honestly, I want you to be able to tell me, but you're derailing my topic.
What is the actual question? One more time, Afrodimus, please.
I don't, you know what? Just hang tight so I can play this.
Lord have mercy.
Jeez. I mean, she came the first time, he wasn't even prepared. I let him back in, and he's not prepared again. He's derailing the topic here. That's not what we're here for.
Parents chose the whitest place in the fucking country, Oregon, to come and live at.
So did you guys hear that? She said her parents chose the whitest place, Oregon, as if Oregon doesn't have white people. This woman, her parents brought her from Africa. She knew she's coming to a white country. Why does she feel the need to pander? But let's let her finish real quick. I'll let you guys, give your chime in so we can, finish up here.
You know what I'm saying? So like the entire time when I came here, when you talk about how people don't see you as anything other than black, that was my experience. Because growing up, everybody was black around me. So I didn't really see myself as anything other than just my tribe. But I came here and that didn't matter. Accent or not, the moment they saw me, I was a black person. And so I think growing up here.
Okay, so she obviously sounds like some of these people act like their skin color is a handicap. Oh, they saw me as black. Okay. And
the people that supported me, that made me feel welcome, were other black folks that from here. We're talking about ADOS people that took me under their corner and literally told me, it don't matter, you're one of us. If they needed to stand up for me, especially when I didn't speak English at first,
what's with the hand movement and the snapping? You guys notice the people who are not even the actual ADOS, they have to put on the show. So for her, she's doing the ghetto stereotype. I hope you guys notice. Even black people notice. You guys notice how the comedy, there was a black people shaking their head, doing the hand snap. She is mimicking, quote unquote, ghetto black people. So she says she grew up in a white suburb. Why is she trying to talk like she's from one of these ghettos? like a suburb, is from the city or whatever. So she's trying to perpetrate the stereotype here.
You'll catch when I'm.
This is the part that I tend to agree with the ADOS people when they point some of this out. They say some of these people are not even, American. They're second generation. They come, some of their behavior, but they are mimicking the ADOS people. They are learning from, some of the bad elements, and they think that is cool.
I'm a little nervous. My English go out the window, but. Those are the people that had my back. And one thing I didn't know was the history, the American history, specifically the Black history, which I have really identified as the American history. I didn't know what was going on here. This is not a conversation that's had back home. We don't know. We know generally that there was slavery. We know generally that, folks from Africa were shipped here. But we didn't talk about really what went on and the fight that you guys went through. It took other Black folks who didn't see me any different.
So why do Black people think other Black people are sitting in their countries discussing about Black Americans? Have you noticed how even slavery, Black Americans centered it only about themselves, as if slavery only happened to them? It didn't happen to other Black people like the Caribbean, Jamaicans, and others. Listen to them talk about these people. It would sound like those people were never enslaved, when these people, their ancestors, were also brought to Jamaica and these islands in slavery. Brazil has the largest population of Africans outside of Africa.
Right.
But let ADOS people talk, it would sound like they are the only people that were ever enslaved. No Brazilian, no Jamaicans, no Haitians, none of those people.
Africans, man.
Just saw me as one of them to really tell me.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
So here's I missed the guy, man. I got locked out for whatever reason. I'm just on my phone. So is that brother still on the line? I got two questions.
Yeah, he's here. Elijah, Elijah, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Bro, let me ask you a question, man. Is that Meechi X? Is she a tether?
No, that's just not how we are here.
No. I'm just asking, bro. I'm asking you a question, man. It's a simple question, bro.
Okay, I would say, depending on how, if her mother is a descendant of slaves, she's not a tether. She's not a tether.
No, y'all call Candace Owen basically even Roland Martin, who's like third, like his great grandpa came from Haiti. Tariq Nasheed called him tether. So because this guy is just singing the same tune as you guys. Y'all can't even see past it and call her tether because she's saying what you want.
Okay, no, actually, she's not. I don't even listen to me.
She is a tether based on your definition, bro.
Based on your definition, she is.
May I answer?
Go ahead.
Okay, a tether is someone who's brought here basically for anchoring yourself in the United States because there's so much abundance here. The Polish dude came here. His family probably got here and because we know the timelines of the white people who came here too.
I ain't concerned. Please don't concern yourself with that. I'm just asking you a simple question, bro.
No. I would say no. I would say no. She is not.
Okay, she is a tether based on Tariq's definition. If y'all can call Roland Martin, who's like his great grandfather came from Haiti, a tether, and y'all can call Candace Owen, who has an African American lineage on her mom's side, a tether. I can understand why you can't call somebody whose parent or whose pops came from Poland a tether.
Poland, yeah.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that his lineage probably got here in like the 20s or the 30s.
What?
They make excuses to let white people.
No. It's not that you listen, but see, y'all don't.
No, you don't listen. You can't answer basic questions.
Okay. If you allow me to answer,
I'll go ahead. I'm waiting.
Okay, what I'm saying is that we know when the Irish get here, especially people like me. We know when the Czechs get here, the Hungarians get here, the Polish get here. What I'm saying is,
Elijah, give me 1 second. 1 second.
See, you're
deflecting, bro. You are deflecting.
You're deflecting. Please.
That's not.
Please. No, we don't want to know when the Irish got here. We don't want to know this. He's
But
just
see,
asking
then
you.
I can't answer. I'm saying she's not. I said,
Okay,
okay,
you
I'm
know what?
standing on the fact that I don't believe she's a tether.
Okay,
But
thank
what
you for
I'm
letting
saying
us
is
know.
that you have to know the time frame. If you came here in 1970,
Okay, you know what? This
1989,
guy is deflecting. I gotta go. Sorry. To Niger, what do you have to say?
This guy not making sense
Yeah,
whatsoever.
he's not
bro.
making sense. I gotta kick him out. This guy's trolling, man. We ain't got time for this. He can't even stick with the topic, man. To Niger, what do you have to say on this topic here?
Yeah, thanks for having me. About what this lady said, they said that some people should not hang around African Americans and stuff like that. I just feel like sometimes people are looking for excuses to get upset with
Thank
a
you,
group
to
of
Niger.
people.
Thank you.
Because clearly these things, let's say a parent says that, how is that different from a rich African American going to a white neighborhood to go and live to avoid the hood? They do that all the time. It's a class thing. I don't understand how this is surprising. When people leave Africa, generally they are of well-off background. When they come to the West, their parents will tell them, even in Nigeria or in African countries, they tell them not to hang around poorer people. So what do? The poor people should lose their mind because this is class thing. This is
To Niger, have you ever heard of this saying? If you hang around, 9 broke people, guess what? You are the 10th one. Okay, so it wouldn't make sense for you to move from Africa for better opportunities to go hang out with people who cannot find the opportunity. It makes no sense.
Exactly. Those people that most people that leave Africa, especially make it to the US, they have a middle class and upper class mentality. Just because they are from a poorer country doesn't mean class doesn't exist there.
And that's what they don't understand.
Tonight, I'm one of those
everybody just
people.
running away from some mud huts somewhere in Africa.
You can't expect them to relate to people that are in the hood. They're not going to relate. The parents are going to tell them, don't hang around poor people. Hang around
Tunaja, not everyone that comes here, that comes with their parent. Okay, I remember, for the most part, like most people you see are young men, who finish high school of age. Later, you started seeing people who come with their families. So obviously, if a child's parents say don't hang around with certain group of people, I don't believe those parents hate their children because they see something what those people are doing. That would be bad.
I can explain to you how this happens. Let's say a female comes from Nigeria to America. She didn't come with her parents. She had a child there in the US. Because she left Nigeria for America, somebody that is in the middle class in Nigeria will be living in the hood in America. But her mindset hasn't changed. Her mindset is get my education, do all those things. So when she has a child in America, she will be telling her children, don't hang around those ones because this is how they are going to behave. This is what results to this type of resentment. They don't understand that most of the people that come over here, they have a mentality that is different. Because when you leave your country, like from Africa to come to the West, generally you lose one class level or the other. And you end up in a this is what they call ghetto snob. You have it happens. This is something that happens all the time when people that are of higher class live in a poorer neighborhood.
Tunaja, if people are snubbing you and you're bothered by it, you should try to figure out why do these people don't want anything to do with me? It's not because they hate me. Maybe the results of your activities, they don't want the same results. It has nothing to do with skin color. Asians, I'm sure even, these Mexican gangbangers, the Africans or anybody's going to tell their kid, don't go near them. That's what a parent's job is.
Exactly. Even African Americans will do the same.
Hell yeah.
They all do the same thing.
I know plenty of Black Americans. Yeah, I know them personally who would tell their kids not to go around certain people, and these are other Black Americans.
They say don't go nowhere near around the Pookies and the Ray Rays. They say that all the time. Even my friend's kids, he tells it.
This is normal.
So these guys are making making strawman argument because they have identity problem, right? It's an identity crisis. They don't want to have anything. It's probably they think they can get money from the government by trying to, isolate themselves. But I don't care about all of this. It's the xenophobia that I'm concerned. Because their language now they're becoming more daring in xenophobia.
Let me make one last point about this. You see, in the 18th, 17th centuries or so, we were separated by oceans. Now, they are using social media to keep us apart. They use, even an African American has said that some of all these people, especially the tip of the spear, these are people like Tariq Nasheed and all that, they know exactly what they are doing. Their job is to keep both sides apart, because if they can succeed in doing that, that is exactly what is going to happen.
Look,
That is
Hispanics,
their job.
Tunaja, Hispanics, right? Or even like, for instance, where I live is mostly white people. One time I saw my son, he was hanging out with this shady kid. He happened to be white, and the thing he's doing, I told my son around in front of him and the kid, I said, look, man, I said, I don't want you hanging out with this kid. I don't, his choices. I said, I see danger here. And I asked the kid, I said, where's your father? I said, what you're doing here, doesn't your father have issues with this? I told my kid, I said, I don't want to see you, hanging out with someone like him. He was white. So does that mean I hate white people now? The white people have no problem. People, stopping their children from hanging out with the bad white kids. The Hispanics don't get upset. They know the people that have bad kids, they know their kids are bad. But you're telling me your choices are bad, but I should let my kids hang out with you because your feelings are hurt. This is silly.
We have to be careful here, Afrodamos. Now, when you say this, I hope that they don't generalize and say, "Oh, you don't want to hang with all."
Oh no! My kid, in fact, my kid.
Yes.
No, well, I don't need to. My kid, most of his friends, what they themselves would call FBA. Yeah, because the kids generally, kids in school, they hang out with the people that look like them. That's why when these people are saying these silly things. Like my kid, he has Somali friends, Ethiopian friends, but his best friend is a kid from Baltimore. Who, quote unquote, they would say FBA. He's not even mixed.
No, but I think this is just something that is an excuse, to be honest. You should look at the bigger problem, as I said my our last video, where that you have Asian people who are literally living off of the African Americans, right? They have their shops there, they have businesses there.
Well, they're not living there. They're making it's business.
Yeah, they're making money out of them, right? These are the people you need to worry about. Not
but why? Those people are bringing something good. So, but let's bring in Warren Drennan. Warren, Warren, where you calling from?
I'm from Colorado.
Colorado. Where are you from? Are you from Africa?
Families from Africa started out there when they got enslaved, and y'all sold us up to here.
Yo,
let's skip that.
Sir. I have never sold any human being. Let's begin.
What about your great ancestors?
So in your mind, you think every African participated in slavery when we could, in fact, specify there is names.
Actually enslaved as yourself, so no, I don't believe everyone. Yes,
sir. Some of the slaves, the people who were enslaved themselves, were slave traders. Some of the black people own slaves in America. So by your logic, saying that all Africans were enslaving people, then that means every African is a slave. We could flip it and say every African would have been a slave.
Every African, because like you actually come and say about American that we're all gang members or stuff. We're not all gang members.
Sir, I never said all. Trust me.
Yeah, and I never said all either.
Sir, I never ever said all black Americans are gangbangers. You're making this up. I will never
And
say
I
such a
never
thing.
said all Africans actually sold our ancestors
You
off.
just did. You just did. You just say y'all. You just did, literally.
Oh, not all of y'all.
But then what? Okay, what's on your mind? Let's go.
Actually, I wanted to jump into the topic and actually indulge with y'all because I love your show. I actually watch it a lot, and I actually am into I want to get into the topic. Let's talk about the topic, and then I could give you some feedback on actually what y'all are talking about.
All right. Do you consider yourself ADOS?
Half and half. I actually consider myself as a person of God now, because the slave scenario was in our genes and it was in our background. But are we really slaves now?
I don't think you
we're
are.
all really
I don't think
slaves.
so.
I mean,
Sir.
we got a slave just to actually be whatever we are. If you're working, if you're actually doing anything to make a foundation for yourself, you're actually enslaving yourself, your job, your
Okay, well, I don't want us to get into that because that's a whole different topic. If you're getting paid, you're not a slave, but that's neither here or there.
You ain't a slave if you getting paid. I'll pick a cotton, I'll get paid. I'm a house nigga, I'm getting paid.
Yeah. So ever since I've been in America, I am yet to run into a black American who is in fact enslaved. I haven't run into one yet. It hasn't
You
happened.
haven't ran into one yet?
No, every black American I came across is as free as a bird in this country. Okay?
So you say he could do whatever he wants to do?
Within the law, yes. Within the context of the law. Absolutely.
So within the law, then you're still actually a slave, right? Because you can't do what you want to do.
Wow.
That's still slavery in its own nature.
Hold on.
That's still slavery in its own nature.
Okay,
yes.
what would you like to do that the law is against, that is making you feel enslaved because of it? Give me an example.
Oh, you want to go that way? Okay, well, we could look at it as I'm tired of it when I actually bought and paid a house and it's mine. I bought and paid for a house, it's mine, and then they actually take it later. I can't keep that house just because I didn't buy the undergrounds, I didn't buy 6 feet down. Who buys?
What? Okay, somebody is talking to you. Maybe he should call in. H Block, what's on your mind? Thank you for calling in.
Hey man, this whole thing is just comedy to me, man. It's crazy how like now we have all these hate movement, xenophobic movement, and the people that are following them, people that are listening to them, are not educated. Just like you proved, the lady that called earlier, they're being misled, false and garbage information, and they're running with it, and they, you know what I'm saying, like they don't even have their own mind to think. Like they just
this is sad.
what they've been told. It's very sad. It's very sad. But I've seen a lot of black people. I've never even met one single black person in real life that's that's down with this FBA ADOS bullshit. It's all scam. Tyreek is a scammer at the end of the day, and these people, they can't see it. His followers, they can't see it because they too dumb. You know what I'm saying? They just want to follow him with this hate group. And he knows what sells, right? That's why he was able to finesse $2 million from them. So these people, they just following them. They don't do their own research. They're living in a different life, man. They're not living in reality.
And these people are not worried about the crack pipe that Joe Biden is about, wants to spend 30 million to give to blacks and LGBT people. It is a sign of equality. So us as immigrants, they know we're not signing up. We're not signing up to get that stuff. So we're not trying to take anybody's benefit. You see what I'm saying? So
They
why
don't
are we?
understand. Look, if you listen to Tyreek, he doesn't have a logic. The dude doesn't
I
have a
know.
logic. He's not educated. He cannot argue anything. When somebody smart comes in and tries to talk to him, he mutes them. He drops them off because when he loses argument, what he goes to jokes. That's all he does.
I challenged. Look, I questioned Tariq on Instagram a way back, and the guy could not make any logic. The only thing he can come back with is, why are you following me then? I'm like, dude, it's okay.
I don't think.
Like we can disagree, but the guy, when you confront him, he runs.
Exactly. And just like this lady right here, exactly. So I don't think we should take them serious, bro, because most of his followers, I don't even think most of them graduated from high school. Because they don't believe in science, they don't believe in logic, they don't have any arguments at all. That's why they can't bring this bullshit to white people, because white people just will laugh at them, be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like the shit that they say is so stupid and dumb. Like I don't even understand. Because like when you see normal black people, like majority of the black people don't think like that. When you see normal black people on the street, they don't say shit like these people are saying,
I know this. I know.
Right.
You're
So
absolutely,
the whole thing is just crazy, bro. That's all I wanted to
Guy
say, bro.
doesn't sound very obstinate. I'm not sure. Maybe he's a little bit ignorant, but I'm not sure he sounded like he was, coming for an argument. He did say that he likes your channel and stuff like that.
You mean? Are you talking about the last guy that called earlier?
Yeah.
Yeah. So guys, we've been here almost 4 hours. I'll give you guys each 30 seconds to say your last words before we leave here. Maybe this part here, I would eventually finish this, but before we go, I'll let you guys give you your last words here. Observing immigrant, the floor is yours. What would you like to say? You have 30 seconds.
Thank you for letting me on to speak. The only thing I want to say is that if FBA and ADOS built America, why do white people run it? That's all I have to say.
Thank you. All right, now we have Tunaja. You have 30 seconds, Tunaja.
Yeah, I think that people should stop being, generating stuff to make themselves angry, because they should understand that this so-called straw man argument, as they say, is just straw man argument. And we should be aware that some of all these people, they don't need to win any argument. They just want to deny us space to discuss more positive solutions. So we have to deny them the opportunity to distract us. Thank you.
Thank you, Tunaja. All right, we have Ashanti. Ashanti, the floor is yours.
Me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay. Hey, man, thanks again for letting me in here. A lot of these things, they used to margin go. I mean, I know people are saying they're really irrelevant and we shouldn't take them serious, but they have a potential to cause some type of stir within a community. So, let's just keep watching on it. Let's just make sure that we correct them. Every opportunity that we get, we can't just slack and have them, take their narrative and run with it. You know what I'm saying? Like the lady said, they don't really, it's like they keep saying like, 1960 civil, we guys let you in here. Okay, so what? We here for you to fight us. So I mean, we gotta try and talk to them to make sure that.
And Ashanti, before you go, just with like 10 seconds, can you address how like they shift the goalposts? They, Meechi X being an actual fitting the definition of their tether. Now they want to move the goalposts. Is this their obsession with whiteness?
See, they have to come up with a common vocabulary. If you look at history, right? Look at the Nazis. Look at every society that has tendency to be some type of nationalist movement. They have a certain goal and they will follow. You know, that's why they keep talking. We have to get on code. We have to. If you listen to Tariq, that's the narrative they're trying to push. Get on code. So I asked Tariq, I was like, what exactly is getting on code? And so once they're able to define that and have a lot of operators within it, then they start talking about tethers, flee. They have certain words that they think that once they say it, everybody else you say, and they have a common definition. So it's like a cult. That's what I keep saying. These are all cultist groups. They have a characteristics of cultism. So what I'm saying is, when this, I have a certain, I'm going to write a whole lot of, I'm going to write a book and have, you know, and basically explain how people should rebut these type of narratives. Flee.
Man, you can literally do this. You can literally do it for real, like just from, you know, watching, because it started online.
Yeah, so that's all. You know, I don't want to take all the time and space, but I mean, we can connect, you know, some other time. I'm very busy. I'm always traveling, so when I catch you live, it's like it's an opportunity for me to go. Brother, you are smart, you're intelligent. Keep spitting facts. You know, I really appreciate being on your show, bro. Keep it up.
Thank you for coming, Ashanti. All right, we have Dunstan. Dunstan, what do you want to say? Dunstan, can you hear me? Dunstan, can you hear me?
Yes. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, 30 seconds. What do you want to say?
Oh, thank you, man. Yeah, I just want to close up by saying, our American brothers, Black American people, Africa don't hate you, man. Africans don't hate anybody. You know what I mean? We just there. It's very diverse place. You know, it's a big place, man. 1.2 billion people. Even as an African, yeah, I don't understand the next African, but there's no hate. You know, I want somebody to like tell me, an American that's been to Africa and had a bad experience. You know, you don't find that. People just trying to go with life, and we love Black people, man. You know, all this hate online, man. You know, just let's get together and make it work. That's what I got to say, fam.
Thank you, Dunstan. Thank you. All right, we have only me. What do you want to say?
Yes, I'm here. Yeah, I do agree with Dustin and what he said. I don't think Africans having grudge or hate or anything like that against African Americans. But you guys have to be understanding that these people coming to America, they're coming already with culture, with different language, with different lifestyle. So it's not gonna be easy for them just to melt into a society, at least not the first generation. So anyway, I think this hate has to stop. This is dividing the Black people everywhere in the world, and this is very bad. We have to stop this hate. We have to stop talking about racism. We literally using a racism talking point on each other, and this is disgusting. And everybody can see. Everybody in the world can see. You know, I'm talking about from my side of the community, the Somali Ethiopian that's doing the crazy things, disgusting, and the same thing goes with him, with the FBA and their leader. So we have to stop to it. We have to stop being so emotional always. Emotional. We have to just stop and see the picture and then just digest before we just jump in and scream and be emotional about it. Just look at it, and we have to come together. This is not good. This is not a good picture anyways for people, African people, in Black people at all. This is not a good look. The world can see what's happening. I don't care if you say you are not an African, or you say that you are foundational, you've been there forever. I don't care. People see you as a Black person from Africa, which you really are. Your DNA is in Africa. It's not in South America or North America. So I don't care who you want to be, but the truth is that everybody see you as a Black African. So that's all I want to say. It doesn't look good for us when we do these kind of things in the internet.
Thank you, Olimi. Thank you very much. All right, we got St. James. St. James, the floor is yours, St. James.
Man, you brought me last, man. You know, everybody don't said everything I wanted to say, but you know.
Man, but well, you can still add on to it, you know, because you can touch on, you know. Yeah.
You know where I'm coming from with this, right? Where I'm coming from with this, it's been a long time coming, and I said, don't poke the bear. You know, people have reaction to anything. You know, like some people chose not to listen because they want to make fun of people I told certain people, Africans don't come from that, we don't come from that. We don't make fun of other people like that, unless you know the person or you hang with the person, and those Somalian and all these African, what they are doing on YouTube, they're not even used to that. You see what I'm saying? So it's gonna be all over the place. So you're gonna see some disrespect. You're gonna see some things that they say that you don't think that they should have said because they're not used to it. What can you say? You live and you learn. For those people who are more in tune with that, like the Tariq Nasheed and all, they know, like what Tuna just said, they know what they're doing, right? So
yeah, and also St. James, can you touch on, like, let's say somebody like Reyes, who is like calling other Africans or immigrants tethers, but he himself, according to the definition, he's a tether. Why do we have these people who are the sons and daughters of immigrants? Why do they feel the need to try to be the new KKK? Is this the story? You remember the Chappelle show, Clayton Bixby? It's either someone like Meechi X or somebody like Reyes, who is a tether himself. Why do you think that is? Or this woman here?
Absolutely. You remember when I was in New York, or when I first got to New York, and when I saw blacks who were not African, I always thought they were African American.
Right.
And all these guys I used to work with, when I asked them, where you from? Oh, I'm from Trinidad and Tobago. I'm from, you know what I'm saying? Like, like you're saying, all these people, I feel like they have some sort of chip in their shoulder. They have to fit in with the Black Americans. So I don't know if I don't know. It's like, okay, you don't want to be with, we don't even have a side. We are African. Everybody knows us. So
right.
I don't get it. I don't get it. So Africans are, I don't know, man. It's like,
well, I hope people would wake up on both sides, on the African side, Caribbean side, and the Black side. And Black people, you need to stop this foolishness. When people show you evidence, please stick with the evidence. Some of these people are coming up here. They are making you look bad. They are the ones creating these silly arguments for in your name. How many of these people that claim they are ADOS have you seen come up here and completely stall, and they just babbling? They don't know what they are talking about. They are making you look bad. We showed the woman. We're showing. Remember the woman? We showed the evidence of right here. She still denies it. So it is rather silly.
The real Americans, the real Black Americans, they don't go for these things, man. We live here in America. They don't get entertained like this. You know. So this is the buffoonery and the coonery. Those people who want to belong in those groups that come on YouTube and try to feel like they can impress other people to listen to them. So that's not. It's not reality in America. Black Americans, they don't go for that. The real ones don't go for that. They know what they're fighting for. They know why they're here.
Right.
So that's all I
That's
have to
the
say,
truth,
brother.
man. Hey, St. James, thanks for coming again, brother. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was St. James, and I want to thank you for coming to the Friday edition of the AfriphobiaNews Report. Please make sure you like and subscribe to the channel. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, I came here, I proved it to you that a lot of these people that are taking this mantle, talking about you, me, and every other quote-unquote tether, in real life, you don't even deal with this. This woman is suffering from identity crisis. But their own definition, she is the quintessential example of a tether. The father ran away from communist Poland, came to America, and made her here. Now, they set up this phony baloney organization. They use terms, names that it would be hard to argue against. Like when they say BLM, Black Lives Matter. So how are you going to make argument against it? This is why when you say all lives matter, it counters them. They tell Black people, see, these people don't like you. But when you go to somebody and using this type of acronyms, common sense would say, okay, all people's lives matter. Like, what are you trying to say? Okay. But they would flip it again. Just like Tariq went into these rooms, say all this stuff that are Afrophobic, xenophobic, hateful, and people responded to him. He's the one that said this. Him attacking other people with their group, responding to it, and you being silly, you jumping into that. Unless you truly enjoy it. If you enjoy the roast session, no problem. Enjoy Tariq's, but you should be able to take the roast from the people that he is giving it to. That's just the fair way of doing things. You cannot throw mud at people without getting your hands dirty. And I'm sure you've heard, if you live in a glass house, you should watch your mouth and your face. Do not throw rocks. Look at me almost giving you a 50 cents rap here. You see, like Bob Marley said, we are sick and tired of the ism, kism. Get down and go to heaven in Jesus' name. You know that we understand Almighty God is a living man. You can fool some people sometimes, but you can't fool all the people all the time. Now we see the light. The Africans, you better stand up for your right. You see what's happening. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of today's Afridamos report. I hope to see you down here again tomorrow or the next day over. Enjoy.
Entre más lejos, más feliz. Era un veneno y lo bebí. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Siempre sé la peli esa actriz, pero ya vamos llegando al fin. Yeah, yeah. Somos felices a distancia. Ya no aguanto tu fragancia.